Okay, so let's call to order the special Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, July 22nd to order. If I could ask everybody to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty,
and
justice for all.
for all. All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Jim Batson,
Here.
Don Carmichael,
Here.
Pat Grudy,
Here.
Lisa Hessel,
Here.
Kevin Huber,
Here.
Karen Lundstedt,
Here.
Casey Rooney. Here.
Okay, so we note for the record, all board members are present. Our agenda tonight, we will begin with public comment. So as was posted in the agenda, we solicited public comment, and anyone who solicited public comments, written public comments, we will read into the record. Now, having said that, we are, per board policy, we are going to limit those comments to what we can get read in 30 minutes. We're going to read as many as we can. And then beyond that, all of the public comment documents or emails that were sent in after this meeting was posted, we will post publicly so that everybody can see those comments. Our agenda really has one major topic. We're going to continue our discussions of school opening scenarios. And the objective tonight is to finalize our discussions and take action on which operating scenario we plan to go forward with. All right. Any questions before we start? Okay, let's open it up then to public comment. And is Mary going to read those in?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
And I
Okay. Mary, can I just ask before you start, how many comments do we get?
From the time of the posting of this meeting, we have well over 100, but
Okay.
from the last time, just general comments, we have over 400.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So
And we're going to read them in the order they were received and get as many in as we can, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's all yours.
Okay. The first one is from Mark Kuntz. Dear D128 School Board, I am advocating for full-time in-person schooling for students. According to American Council on Science and Health, the deaths in young people, from babies to college students, are almost non-existent. This observation is based on facts and data reported by the CDC. To date, there have been only 171 deaths in the US due to COVID-19 for age group 5 to 24 years of age. That is only 0.1% of the deaths by COVID since February 1st. Children have approximately 45 times greater chance to die from drowning. Are we considering draining all of our lakes, ponds, pools, and recommending our children stick to showers and avoid bathtubs? Focusing on data closer to home, the Illinois numbers show not a single death to date in this same age group. This should speak volumes. If District 128 decides to have remote learning, we need to be honest with ourselves and admit that it is being done for the welfare of the teachers and staff, not the safety of the children. We also need to be honest that District 128 is not prepared to provide our children the same quality education and experience remotely. Our children's education and youth experiences like athletics and clubs should not be put on hold or modified because of the adult staff. The teachers and staff need to step up to the plate and prove they are the heroes who put children first. There are plenty of options for the teachers and staff to protect themselves at work. It is bad enough that we are going to saddle our children with debt on behalf of us, the adults. The least we can do for them is not steal or diminish their youth and their right to a strong education. It's time the district, teachers union, and staff step up to the challenge. Lastly, children who have medical complexity, who have neurological, genetic, metabolic conditions, or who have congenital heart disease should not be forgotten in my request. we can step up to the plate for them as well and provide them a safe education through distanced learning. The majority of students need to be in school and receive the education they deserve. The second comment is from XY Chicago. There was no name with this one. I'm against the school opening in the fall. The ultimate purpose of schooling is to, 1, get students learning the knowledge, 2, get students exercise and stay healthy. Schooling is a traditional and very useful way to achieve that goal with group learning and group exercise. I believe there are many other alternative ways to replace the schooling, although it may not be as effective or efficient as regular schooling. But as long as we can set an everyday schedule and everyday learning aim for students, I believe we can still use the online remote alternative learning to replace schooling at this special period. Message 3 is from Wei Chen. Dear board members, I have 2 daughters going to VHHS this year, one a freshman, the other a senior. I understand the concerns of some teachers and parents, but I think that in-person education for the kids is valuable and irreplaceable. With proper prevention and education, it can be done safely, especially with the hybrid model. Families willing to go back should have the option to. My oldest daughter is taking 6 AP classes next year, and the online model does not provide the proper instruction for her to succeed, not to mention the social benefits. We thank you for your hard work. Message 4 is from Jennifer Devaney. Excuse me, I wanted to post, hi there, I want to share a Facebook post by a doctor and PhD in California. Looks at COVID in kids 17 years and younger and how well schools have done around the world. Very long read, but it is very informational. That article has been shared with the board, and I'm not going to take the time to read this whole article, but it is shared with everyone and will be shared publicly. Message 5 is from Lauren Wilberding. Hello, Mary. I've already sent in my opinions about school opening. Wanted to pass this article along in case the board has not seen it yet. And again, Lauren has shared an article on coronavirus and as it relates to children and the spread within children's age groups, and that as well is shared with the board. Message 6 is from Jason Smith. Hi, Mary. I understand the most recent information published that D128 is thinking about having special ed students attend school in person full-time because it is felt that in-person instruction for these students is vitally important to them, more so than other students who are more capable of self-directed education at home. While I agree with this position, I do want to point out that special education students may have underlying medical conditions that place them at high risk or at best unknown risk. Further, some of these students may not be able to convey symptoms as well as or as timely as other students. That said, I think the board must take into consideration not only the health of all their students and staff, but also the health of students and staff's families. We have members of our family with autoimmune disease, and the medication for this makes them extraordinarily susceptible to illness. It is very likely that this virus could be fatal for these family members. Special needs aside, I am not comfortable with having my child attend school in person even 1 day a week. I do not believe that social distancing will completely be followed, if only because wearing a mask all day is not comfortable, and I am sure there will be students who do not observe this mandate all day. Furthermore, maintaining a 6-foot distance between students in a classroom is impractical. With creative arrangements of desks, a 20-foot square classroom could hold at most 16 students plus a teacher. I would also ask the board to completely define the protocol for handling any student or staff member who becomes ill during the school day. Testing for COVID may take a day or two to get results. What happens while they're waiting for test results? Is contact tracing initiated immediately or only upon a positive test? Is contact tracing done remotely since the person may have been contagious for several days prior to the onset of symptoms? If a teacher becomes ill and must self-isolate, will the district be able to hire a substitute teacher in the interim that can further the curriculum while the teacher is out? Will the district even be able to hire a substitute given that A, substitute teachers may be difficult to find due to a greater need, and B, the substitute is ostensibly going to be teaching multiple students who did have some level of contact with the teacher while they were contagious? In the event of a confirmed case within one of its schools, what are the specific criteria the district will use to determine if it needs to switch to entirely remote learning? Given that not all districts nationwide will have in-person learning in that start, is the district prepared for potential lawsuits from parents whose child got the virus from school? We are all also aware that the CDC is anticipating a surge of new cases as flu season approaches. We are also aware that even now the number of cases in the state is rising. We are also aware that due to population density, Chicago, Cook, and Lake counties account for a large percentage of the total number of cases statewide. It is hard to imagine the number of daily new cases in these areas dropping over the next few months without rolling back the reopening plan, perhaps even beyond phase 1, back to phase 0, complete shutdown. It is therefore even harder to imagine students finishing the year under the current plan of limited staggered attendance. This will place the district back to where it was in March and April, scrambling to put together e-learning plans on short notice. While we would like to be optimistic that the number of new cases is going to drop without Governor Pritzker taking any new steps, the reality is that data from not only Illinois, but many other states as well, shows that the virus is spreading much faster than it was in March and April when schools closed due to the pandemic. I urge the district to take a conservative approach to schooling this year and have students begin the year in e-learning and no in-person classes. The conservative approach worked for Illinois when it shut down the state. The number of new cases daily dropped. This approach will, of course, impact families who don't currently have a stay-at-home parent, but the alternative, sending kids to school, has the potential to impact any number of families, possibly even causing death to a family member or even to a student. Making my students' education a little more difficult or a little less effective through e-learning is, in my opinion, far less important than the health of my child and my family. I hope that the board agrees that health comes before education, especially when it is not just one district impacted by the virus, but the entire world. Message 7 is from Garrett Self. Thank you for the opportunity to share feedback as a parent of VHHS regarding plans for the fall semester. I've done my very best to self-educate, read differing views from across the spectrum in order to hopefully make this an informed as possible viewpoint. The headline for me is, I hear too little about the mental, emotional, and developmental concerns in this critical debate and the adverse effects on our students. Bullet point 1, the physical is more immediate, more observable, and perhaps more acute, thus rendering it far easier to critique. As a result, it has grabbed the lion's share of headlines and that's wholly understandable. Bullet point 2, however, the mental and emotional impact is delayed. It is harder to diagnose, but in my view is equally important, especially for kids. Working from home is hard enough for adults, as we've experienced since March. Working from home for kids is another thing. We need to be as concerned about the impact you can't measure with a thermometer. With any opening plan, is there a risk of a percentage of our students, teachers, coaches, and staff contracting the virus? Yes. Will some of these cases become severe? Yes. Will it be 3%, 5%, 8%? No one knows, unfortunately, nor can we anticipate the severity of the cases despite reams of data at large. I, fortunately, have not been touched by the virus in my own life, but I can sympathize with those who can't have. This is not easy, and I am far from blind to the risks. As a result, any and all precautions that can be taken should be taken to minimize the risks. But if we go back to full-time remote learning model, we will be jeopardizing with complete certainty a much higher percentage of our students to these less visible, but in my view, just as, if not more, so damaging effects. Higher teen drug use, depression, suicide rates, and general mental, physical, and emotional development impact are at risk with continued total isolation in their academic pursuits. Kids need structure, a schedule, and real human interaction to develop. Kids need their classmates, their athletic teams, their community, not just their PC, their desk, and their safety of home. They are in the midst of the most rapid developmental stage in their life. We cannot pull one of the legs off their developmental stool and expect no damage. In closing, our kids, our families, our businesses, and our community cannot take 100% remote learning. Please continue, as I'm sure you are going, to search for any models that enable at least partial in-person attendance. Our kids and family all will benefit from it. 50% attendance outside classes, classes held in atypical physical locations, every other day in the building. Please be as creative as possible to give our wonderful kids and staff some semblance of structure. Best of luck in what I know is a difficult road that no one has chosen. I have total respect for VHHS leadership, teachers, coaches, and staff, and I am vested in its success as an active parent and will continue to do so. I was incredibly proud of the way the school handled last spring, especially for my graduating senior. Don't let us down now. Thank you very much. Message number 8 is from Ron Cator. It's been over 3 weeks since the return to school survey was sent out, and much has changed regarding the pandemic since then. Is it possible to resend the survey to get more current/accurate read on how the community feels about returning to school? Thank you. Message number 9 is from Kara Adams. I first want to say that I don't envy your position, and I know that this is probably one of the most controversial issues you will ever deal with as an administrator. I know I am just one of thousands of opinions, but I feel compelled to put my 2 cents in for what it's worth. It isn't possible to make everyone happy, and no matter what the board decides, some will be thrilled and others will be furious. It's a no-win situation. I have a soon-to-be freshman, and as a family, we support 5 full days of in-person learning a week, mask or no mask. It's imperative for the educational development and mental health of our children for them to be back together and in school. I am a psychotic worrier, and I am only slightly concerned about this virus because I obsess over the data. There is just such a very small risk for our children and teens. I understand the risk for teachers, but believe strongly with experience that with the right precautions, everyone can stay extremely safe. I will be heartbroken if the kids don't return to school, but we will respectfully follow whatever protocols are put in place. Thank you and best wishes. Message 10 is from an email address. There was no name given, and the message is, please do not open schools yet. Thanks. Message 11 is from Katie Hahn. Thank you for all of your work. I know it cannot be easy, and I appreciate all that you are doing for our schools and community. My thoughts for school reopening in the fall are as follows. I would love to be able to have some in-person instruction with protective measures in place. The more in-person instruction, the better, but a little is better than none. For remote learning, at least some of the instruction should be live and the teacher's video recorded for students with special circumstances. The student should have the option to share video or not. The student should not be allowed to record the video to protect the voices of their classmates. I think it would be very intimidating to participate in class if I knew my questions and answers were being recorded for the world to see and hear. We need to protect our students that don't want to be recorded. A certain number of live classes should take place on a regular schedule to help the students with time management and aid them in keeping a regular schedule. Accommodations should be made available to students who don't thrive with online learning. Maybe we will need to scale down our classes for some students and provide enrichment for others. Thanks again for your time. Message 12 is from Lisa Norling Christensen. I personally will move out of the district if there is not in-person learning. I pay way too much taxes for my kids to be put behind a computer all day. At the end of last school year, all I did was yell at my kids all day long to log on. I'd catch them playing on their phones instead of listening. It was a living hell for me. Message 13 is from Julia Johnson. I cannot imagine the hardship and stress school officials and teachers are under during this extremely difficult time. You, all the teachers and school officials, have my complete empathy as you embark on answering the agonizing question of, what do we do? I had originally given feedback that I'd like the hybrid option for my 15-year-old sophomore. After careful thought and consideration, I would instead be in full support of enhanced e-learning with a mix of potential outdoor meetups while the weather is still nice. The guidance from experts in the field is clear that COVID is dangerous for young people and that the number of cases in teens is on the rise. While I'm confident in my daughter's ability to wear her mask, wash her hands, and social distance, I feel, based on latest reports from trusted sources and direct conversation with those who work in science and medicine, that the risk of sending teens back to school too soon far outweighs the risk. And then there's the important question about the health and safety of teachers and staff, which I'm sure you are all grappling with. I am confident that you have a trusted group of medical professionals weighing in and that they have shared the dangers of prolonged indoor contact being the biggest culprit in spreading the virus. When the district sent out the survey, I was grateful to weigh in. Yet I feel that this situation does not require the opinions of parents. Rather, it begs good, solid leadership and the execution of temporary policy that will keep our students and teachers alive, safe, and well. All of you are in a tough situation as you run the risk of angry parents desperate to get back to normal, placing demands on school officials. I stand in full support of good, strong leadership decisions that keep our children healthy. Very sincerely, Julie Johnson. Message 14 is from Meena Patel. Here are my thoughts on the school reopening. I believe that for the safety of our students, teachers, and staff, the school should go to fully remote learning for the fall semester. Thank you. Message 15 is from Dave and Cheryl Nippenberg. Our sincere thank you to you, as well as the other members of the board, for leading during this unprecedented time. It must be insanely difficult. My wife and I both very much appreciate the service and commitment by the team as you navigate these extremely challenging circumstances. I had 2 questions for consideration. 1, if we are resorting to holding board meetings virtually via Zoom during the health and safety concerns related to COVID-19, how can we then logically consider opening up our schools to our children and educators? 2, is the board prepared to handle the nightmare scenario where a student or faculty member loses their life as a result of obtaining the virus after school opens? It is statistically inevitable that this will happen somewhere, perhaps not in Evans, Georgia, or possibly in Evans, Georgia. If they aren't, then that is not a risk they should be taken, given that other viable alternatives remain available. Thanks again for your attention and service. We'll be watching closely. We have a rising 8th and 9th grader who are absolute treasures. We 100% want them to be at school learning, participating, making memories, and preparing for life. However, more than that, we want them safe. Opening the schools right now, despite everyone's best intent, is not the safest alternative for these kids. There are far too many unknowns at this time to make that decision. Please know that we are more than willing to participate in the solution if the parents of the community pitch in. We can safely do some of the things that make school special, sports, activities, socializing, etc., in small groups and safer settings. Message 16 is from Alice Romy. Thank you and the board for your tireless effort to try to find the best options for learning during this time. As requested, I would like to share our voice. We've discussed the 3 options as a family, and although none of the options are ideal, we would prefer the all remote option, similar to Stevenson. This allows all of our kids to at least see and interact, albeit online, with each other daily and keep everyone safe. The students would all get continued live instruction and interaction with teachers daily versus only 2 days a week. Speaking for our family, having the students take the responsibility of instructing themselves the majority of the week is stressful on them, and not having, at the very least, a Zoom instructed class with their teacher is very stressful for them on top of doing the work itself. We realize the importance of direct social interaction and believe in the benefits of that. However, we feel that the safety of our kids, staff, and families overwhelmingly outweigh the potential risks at this time. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback. We will continue to pray for the board and everyone as the decisions are being made. Message 17 is from Elaine Rose. I have a child who will be a junior. I filled out the survey for hybrid, but I have changed my mind for remote. My main concern is that it is not like the spring. I need it to be like Stevenson with live instruction every day. I have that kind of learner. Thank you. Message 18 is from Jen Bevan. Greetings. Thank you for being the collector of thoughts and opinions. My original vote was for the hybrid plan when it looked like the country was moving along down the right path. It is alarming to watch the numbers skyrocket again and see the effects of the young not taking this seriously. My opinion has changed. I was interested in seeing a plan where the remote learners and the in-person learners were in the same class doing the same things. I guess that was more like what they call parent choice. After watching my eldest daughter take US history this summer, I have realized remote learning can be effective, engaging, and interesting. The social aspects of high school are just not feasible at this point in our out-of-control pandemic, at least not as things were in the past, like football, marching band, dances, and theater. I'm not saying the social aspects are not important, but they need to be put on hold until we have a good, easy to access and quickly resulted testing and low numbers of cases again. As a local doctor, I know that is not the case. We cannot get swabs We get the tests back anywhere between 3 to 8 days when we can run them. And we have all watched Lake Zurich's sports camp fiasco unfold. All things stand. I am still interested in the parent choice plan, but would choose all remote at this point for my kids, a freshman and a junior. Thank you for taking the input. Do I still have time?
Yeah, probably one or two more, Mary, probably.
Okay. This number 19 is from Neil Bryson. Dear District Board of Education, good morning. I'm writing to you as a concerned parent of 2 high school students in District 128. First, I want to thank the Board of Education and all the educators associated with District 128 for all your consideration that you have given to making the 2020-2021 school year safe for our children. This is an unprecedented time, and I know you are facing a tremendous burden trying to keep our students and teachers safe. I know you have a lot to consider, and decisions will be made soon regarding how this year will proceed in the fall. As a concerned parent, I feel it's necessary to share my thoughts prior to your vote. I'm not trying to advocate for any one solution here at all. I believe that you and your team are closer to the facts, and I trust that you will make the right decision for my children. What I will advocate for is that no matter what the outcome is, that there is consistency and accountability to create a comparable full school day curriculum of learning each day during the week for our children. Last spring, with an anomaly, unfortunately, did not produce that result. While I'm sensitive to everyone's individual situations, I work full-time, and we are finding ways to prosper and do jobs effectively in this new reality. That means holding myself, my direct reports, and their direct reports accountable to putting in a full day's work. It's vital to the survival of our company and our economy. We as leaders have had to change our paradigm on what a full day looks like, but I can assure you that it still means putting in 40+ hour work weeks each and every week. If this is the standard we are holding American business to, I would expect that the people who are shaping the young minds of our next generation of leaders, the very people who will lead us out of these types of disasters in the future, are doing their best to be the gold standard example for our children and show them that we do not take the easy way out when faced with adversity. Hard work, perseverance, accountability, creativity, and resolve are at the core of this country's success. This is not a time for us to compromise these values. I'm asking all of you that regardless of the board's decision, you do not sacrifice District 128's educational standards. It was particularly concerning to hear a teacher write in on one of the last recorded board calls that they considered high school students, quote, basically fully formed and educated adults and not in need of much further education at this point, or something close to that. This is a huge generalization, and I think you will agree that while some seniors may possibly be ready to enter the workforce, freshmen and the rest are not. By that argument, why have high school at all, quite frankly? I can tell you, as a parent of 2 teenage high schoolers, they are not fully developed and ready to enter the workforce as productive members of society. We pay a tremendous amount of taxes in this district, and I'm thankful for the education that it provides my children. But if the district doesn't maintain the same educational standards as if these children were in person, then I would expect that the district would have to make some big budget concessions to the community. As businesses, we've had to lay people off, furlough people, and take big pay cuts to survive. I do not wish that on the district employees. However, it is unfair and not right to assume these things, especially compensation, should remain the same for all district employees, not have to meet the educational standards for District 128 and implement a full school week curriculum. I am not advocating for cuts at all. I believe the right answer is to design a plan that provides our children with content each week, teacher interaction, and homework, just as if they were attending school in person. It is the only way our children will be ready to take on their next challenges in life. I appreciate you taking the time to read my email. I also want to thank Kevin Huber for personally speaking up on the last call and pushing back to a partial school week rotation. He is absolutely right, and we as parents expect you as educators to teach our children and challenge them to think and learn every day of the week. Thank you again for all that you are doing for our community. One more?
Yeah, let's do one more.
Okay. This one is from Mary Pulte. I have 5 kids in all 3 levels at Libertyville Public Schools. We have lived in the community almost 20 years, and many of our teachers are our neighbors, friends, and have become like family. Our oldest daughter is a 2020 graduate of LHS. She sacrificed the end of her senior year to keep our community safe. Her biggest regret wasn't missing prom or graduation. It was not being able to say goodbye to her favorite teachers, her friends in PE, and Dr. K. Her sacrifice will not have been worthwhile if we open too early and expose our teachers and community to the virus. When I originally took your survey, our levels in Illinois seemed somewhat stable. As we know, they are rising in much of the country and in Illinois. We've been able to keep our elementary school age kids home and somewhat protected this summer. Our high schoolers are young adults, however, and we have had to let them go out a little while teaching them to stay safe. They have been working, golfing, and seeing friends. There is evidence all over social media, however, of local people not social distancing or quarantining. The high school is a hub of the community. Your students will be making decisions for themselves on how to be safe or not during school and after, at work, after school activities, and hanging out with friends. Many of these kids work in nursing homes, grocery stores, and restaurants. I fear that opening LHS, even to only some students, will open us all up to more exposure. I am continuing e-learning for my 2 elementary school kids. I would like to have the same option for my 2 high schoolers. My priority right now is the safety of my husband, my mom, and getting my daughter to college. What made our decision a little easier was the fact that they have been studying the virus in her classes, doing their own contact tracing, and conducting temperature checks. How will the nurses and teachers be supported in these efforts? Another priority is providing stability and safety, which is why e-learning is the best option for us right now. Jumping back and forth would increase their anxiety levels, and they would probably not benefit from in-person learning as they would in normal times. It will be difficult to keep them safe, however, because they will still be working and wanting to see friends. What makes LHS so great is the teachers and the fact that many of them have grown up here. They have a unique understanding and love for our community and kids. Waiting a little longer to open seems like a small sacrifice, much like the ones our seniors made to keep everyone in our community safe. If we were to open now and potentially propel this pandemic forward, it would make our seniors feel like their sacrifice was for nothing. What do I tell my daughter when one of her favorite teachers that she is still waiting to say goodbye to has become seriously ill? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. That is all we can do in our allotted time. Mary, so we'll post all of the remaining comments following this meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's turn it over now to the district administrative team for some further information on all of our various opening scenarios.
Hi, Pat. Thank you. For those in the audience who have not met me before, my name is Prentice Lee, and I'm the superintendent at this terrific school district, District 128. We want to welcome you all tonight. Let's agree again that the current period of time is historic, it's unprecedented, it's complex, and it's very challenging as we all attempt to navigate the pandemic together. And that is very true of looking at our students and our staff and making decisions to try and re-engage and reopen schools in the fall. So we're very appreciative of your continued patience and support and assistance as we work through that process. As you may recall, although it seems like it was a long time ago, a week ago Monday on July 13th, the board had asked us to do a report out on the task force work related to school openings. And that work was reported out in relation to the 3 openings. For the meeting tonight, the board asked us to do an analysis of each one of the school opening options. They provided us some additional feedback that we've factored into the presentation and the conversation tonight. They've asked us to spend some additional time with our e-school enhanced remote learning piece, which would affect us in a hybrid situation, or if we were in a complete remote learning situation, and we will be doing that tonight as well. And we will be entertaining questions from the board along the way. I think, at the end of the presentation, we'll take any final questions, and then we'll turn it back over to Dr. Grudy, and he'll work us through a process for the rest of the meeting. So that is really the outline of the plan for this evening. So Bryant, if you, we're gonna pull the slides up. Okay, so our presentation tonight, again, as it was a week ago Monday, is titled Transitioning to the 2020-21 School Year, District 128 Reopening Scenarios. And to start the evening, you've heard a good bit of public feedback that the district has sought and has taken, but we want to turn it back to Dr. Grudy right now, who wants to make some additional comments about the totality of the feedback that we've received over the last week and a half or so. Pat? Okay,
thanks. So I'll make one comment first on this meeting and the fact that we're holding this virtually. I want to be clear, a major reason why we want to hold this meeting virtually is because by state requirements right now, we can only have 50 people in any given space at any given time. And so what that meant is if we would have held this meeting in person tonight, I think we are probably upwards of 20 people as a collective board and administrative team. We would have only been able to have this meeting in front of 30 to 35 residents. And at last count, I'm looking right now, we have 920 people logged in. So by doing this virtually, we're able to reach a lot more people who are able to essentially participate in our deliberations on this challenging task. At the last meeting, I did say to anybody that wanted to, please provide us with feedback. I did mention that we would try to read those into the record. We are not doing that for 2 reasons. One, the voluminous feedback that we got actually prevents us from doing that in any reasonable period of time. Second, there was feedback from a number of families that contained varying parts of personal information that they either asked us or would prefer that we not share publicly. So for that reason, we decided that the best way to do this would be to provide an overall summary of the feedback. And I'll say in total, the feedback, I think, very much reflects a lot of the feedback that we heard tonight. And so it's fairly consistent in terms of that. So we've received more than 300 responses since our last meeting from students and parents. And the people that have responded, they have a variety of backgrounds and expertise. We've heard from healthcare providers, we've heard from educators, we've heard from attorneys, we've heard from people with a wide variety of professional backgrounds, as well as we heard from a number of students. There were a couple of good form letters, but there were an awful lot of very creative letters, and including one student in particular that I know stood out for me. He did a detailed analysis of all the Lake County health statistics and provided that spreadsheet, and really did frankly, a tremendous job of supporting his positions and his letters. So, and I'll also say that I know for sure, because I've talked to most of the board members, each and every board member has read almost every one of the 300 plus responses, okay? So I want everybody to understand that your feedback was received, and your feedback has been a serious part of any and all of the thoughts and process that we're going through here in terms of making a final decision. Those letters have also been read by the various members of the district leadership team, all of whom I believe are here tonight. And we also have been spending a lot of time discussing the impact of any and all three scenarios that we might embark on here with our representatives from our teachers union. And they also have been shared this feedback. And I know many of them have read a number of the responses that we received as well. All right. So I do want to thank everybody. Honestly, I think the amount of feedback we got far exceeded my expectations. And we're grateful for the time and effort that people put into it. In summary, a clear majority of the people indicated a preference for in-person learning. So that message was clear to us. I would even state that a majority of that majority recommended that or stated that, their desire was for us to open school 5 days a week for in-person learning. I think the term was often that we want to return to school for a 5-day week for in-person learning. And that was very clear. That was a clear message in the feedback. There were others that accepted that might not be practical given various issues relating to this pandemic. And so they preferred a hybrid approach. But I would say in general, it was nearly universal when discussing the hybrid approach that people were not favorable towards the design as it was presented at the last meeting. So I can assure you that we have spent a lot of time since that last meeting looking at modifications to that hybrid design that we'll review in more detail tonight. Now, although the majority of the people indicated a preference for in-person learning, there were many respondents who strongly urged full support for a full remote option. And again, I think that kind of mirrors a lot of the comments that we heard tonight. And frankly, over the last couple of days, I would say there's been a slight tendency towards an increasing number of people that are preferring the remote option. There were some residents that desired a choice. They accepted that there were some people, be they immunocompromised or perhaps they have other types of health considerations or concerns that might prevent their students from coming back to school. And so they acknowledged that, they recognized that, and they accepted that for those people, it might be appropriate to have a remote or distance learning option. But there were several people that said, I would like to make the choice for my own student. And in some cases, they said, when I make that choice, I will make that choice to send my student to school. Others said, when I make that choice, I will make the choice to keep my kid from school. So there was a fairly strong amount of support that says, whatever decision you make, please let we as parents have a choice. There was very consistent concern expressed about this whole concept of asynchronous learning. I'll put asynchronous learning in the context of those would be days home without teacher-led instruction primarily. That there was a lot of concern about that. There was a lot of concern about how students would engage. There was a lot of concern about whether kids could actually work in that kind of environment. And quite frankly, a lot of conversation about our remote learning efforts in the spring and how there were a number of shortcomings to that. So to that, I would say we do acknowledge that. There is nobody on the district leadership team, nobody on the board And frankly, even in our teacher discussions, everyone acknowledges there were a number of shortcomings in our remote learning activities in the spring, some of which were some of the constraints imposed upon us where we couldn't grade work, we couldn't change grades and things like that. Others were really just kind of the nature of the rapid transition to the remote learning. So all of us acknowledge that the efforts in the spring did not meet what we would consider to be District 128 expectations. And then there were a whole variety of other concerns. Again, people talked about the effectiveness of e-learning last spring. They were very concerned about how anything other than a full in-person return to school could meet the requirements of students, especially those students with special needs. There were various family considerations, some related to individual health concerns and others related to other types of family circumstances where they were again concerned about not being able to fully return to school. In general, the educational needs of students, there was a lot of conversation about, you know, juniors in particular and their preparation for college, and freshmen. Many freshman parents wrote in, obviously concerned about what is always a challenging transition from elementary school to high school. And so they expressed a lot of concerns about how that would happen in anything other than a full return to school type of option. Concerns about students losing ground in their college preparations. A lot of conversation, we heard it again tonight, and all of us understand this important issue, but the potential social and emotional impacts resulting from the kids who are unable to return to school in person. So there was a lot of feedback with expressing those kinds of concerns. And then last but not least, by any means, a large variety of safety concerns and what actions were taken to mitigate them. So I'd say overall, the feedback is very consistent with what we heard tonight. There were some that said, hey, why aren't you doing a resurvey? I mean, I think we have upwards now of 400 responses that are very clear. And the messages in those are very clear. People want the in-person learning. People don't want asynchronous remote learning, and a variety of other concerns as I have listed here. So I really feel there's no need to do further surveys. We've really gotten very strong and very broad feedback from the community. So that's what I have to share. I do want to thank everybody. I know a lot of those letters, I could tell there was a lot of thought. In many cases, there was a lot of research put into those letters, pulling together various sets of facts of healthcare statistics and things of that nature. And I know people spent a lot of time writing them. So we do thank you, and I assure you that literally each and every letter was read by virtually all of the board members, the administrative team, and we just want to say thank you for sharing that. Okay. That's all I have to say on that.
Any questions for Pat from the board?
Any other comments from any board members that read all the letters as well?
I was astounded by some of the letters from the students, how well written they were. But there was one in particular from a student who was concerned because he's immunocompromised and his sister went off to camp and then came back having been in contact with somebody that had COVID-19. And that really hit home to me about just how sensitive we are and how worried many of these students are.
Yeah, Don, I concur. The letters were great. I mean, honestly, there were just some of them that I just thought were extremely well written. A number of them were extremely well researched. And then, even the ones that were basically form letters, I admired the students' ability to mobilize and really get their feedback out for review. So, great job by the students as well as the parents. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo, just thank you to the community for so much input, and it really was something to read through every single letter and see the myriad of different things that were impacting people, and you've summarized it so well in this. But just a big thank you, and this is uncharted territory, and so we just appreciate everybody's input.
Okay.
I would echo that as well. There's a lot of thought put into a lot of those letters, and it was well received. There were a number of I especially appreciated the number of comments from professionals, professional educators, healthcare folks, people that understand many of the challenges that we're trying to address, and their offering of their thoughts and research and even assistance. I recall one that was a college instructor who happens to be teaching online courses and offering their assistance in helping develop online programs and stuff. So there's just so much information and so much well-meaning feedback. It was very impressive.
I also echo the thanks of my fellow board members to our community for spending so much time and giving us so much food for thought. Your input really does matter and has been taken into consideration every step of the way. I've had a lot of people reach out to me concerned that they are worried about community feedback being disrespectful or not sent with the best of intentions. I will tell you that those were far and few between. I am very impressed with our community. The word unity is in community, and I saw that shine through. What people overwhelmingly expressed was a concern for students and for our community, which we share. So I report good tidings from the universe of our community. Most people really just wanted the best. They had different ideas of how we would get there, but everybody wanted the same thing, which is the success of our students and the health of everybody involved. So I appreciate you, and I want to acknowledge that there was a lot of unity in our community, even among different opinions.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. All right, anybody else? All right, if not, I'll turn it over to Dr. Lee.
Hey, thank you, Pat. And let me echo just on behalf of the administration, the tremendous feedback and input that the community has given us. You know, we talked to our students about engaging the system and the importance of doing that in a democracy. And it is really heartening to see the number of people that reached out to all of us. And as Pat has indicated with the board, we valued that feedback, read that feedback, considered that feedback in terms of our ongoing work. So, you know, thanks again. One comment before we start tonight. You know, over the last 15 or 20 years in this district, we have worked together to take an always great school district and build on its excellence to the point that we are consistently nationally recognized. And that national recognition is coming as a result of the work that we're doing with our young people and the growth and learning and achievement that they continue to have and display. As we work through this together, we understand there are many diverse needs, many diverse opinions on what should be done. And whatever the decision is at the end of this evening, if the board votes on an opening option, you know, which is, as Pat stated, one of the goals of the evening, then it's very important that regardless of where any of us are at, that we rally together again. So whatever path we're moving forward, that we can continue to serve our young people well, and we can continue to build on the excellence in this school district as evidenced by the continued growth and achievement of our students. So just know that we appreciate all of you and that depth and diversity of opinion on this issue. So thanks again. So Bryant, you can move to the next slide, please. So we're going to start with two words tonight that we introduced last Monday, and that's adaptable and flexible. And for all of us in the world, certainly in your workplace, and other areas of your life, including schools, we are going to have to be continually adaptable and flexible. Again, whatever decision is made at the end of this evening, it is highly likely that one or two of the other school opening options will need to be pivoted to during the school year, given the nature of this pandemic. So our adaptability and flexibility in terms of being able to move quickly rapidly and effectively as we need to continue to serve the needs of our students are very important. So you will continue to see these words as we communicate with you, moving forward. All right, let's see. Next slide. So this is the Illinois Restore Plan, and we put this up because this is kind of the master plan for the state. We have currently moved to phase 4, and of the phase 5 phases. Bryant, you can go to the next slide real quick. And so as it relates to schools, the Restore Illinois Plan for phase 4, schools and districts are encouraged to transition to in-person instruction as regions begin that transition to phase 4. The following IDPH requirements must be met. Require use of appropriate personal protective equipment, PPE, including face coverings. Prohibit more than 50 individuals from gathering in one space. Required social distancing must be observed as much as possible. Conduct symptom screenings and temperature checks, or require self-certification that individuals entering school buildings are symptom-free. And finally, increase school-wide cleaning and disinfection. It's important to note here, and the board is aware of that from a liability standpoint for any school district, we must follow the guidelines of the state. And if we fail to follow those guidelines, we are in essence without potential liability coverage for the district. And so it is very important that we follow those guidelines as we move forward. So on the next slide, update on D128 reopening process. So summary of summer work to date through May through July, the District 128 School Opening Task Force met to explore and develop reopening scenarios. July 28th, District 128 surveyed students, staff, and parents for feedback, which several parents have referenced in their letters. On July 13th, the task force summarized preliminary work for the Board of Education as it related to the 3 school opening scenarios. And July 13th to 22nd, a district leadership team incorporated board and community feedback into reopening scenarios. Excuse me. So again, the goals for tonight will be to present the 3 reopening scenarios for Board of Education consideration. Present revised 2020-2021 District 128 school calendar for consideration. Determine a reopening scenario, and then launch D128 next communication on the backside of that, which you'll get a little bit more information on tonight. Okay, we want to take a minute again and review our operating decision-making philosophy. It's very important as you deal with complex issues that you have some kind of underpinning philosophy to guide the discussions and the decision-making. So we just want to take a minute and review this again. Decision-making will best ensure student, staff, and visitor safety, health, and well-being, knowing that any of our plans will likely be disrupted or revised as new information emerges. Decision-making will best follow CDC, Governor, ISBE, and IDPH opening options and related parameters and conditions. Decision-making, application, and implementation will best support our daring mission statement, and decision-making will best incorporate adaptability and flexibility to meet changing needs and requirements. Okay, moving on. So just as a review for anybody that's not exactly sure what the 3 options are that the state has really opened the door to for the fall, a quick review. 1, normal opening with adaptations, so back to normal with physical adaptations such as temperature checks, masks, social distancing, etc. A hybrid or blended opening, teaching and learning adaptations combined with physical adaptations noted above. And 3, remote opening, extended e-school or enhanced remote learning with requirements for synchronous learning. So the first thing we'd like to do in the presentation tonight is I'm going to be turning this over to Assistant Superintendent for Finance, Dan Stanley, and Dan chaired and facilitated the health and safety task force for us. But Dan is going to talk about the safety precautions that really overarch and really dictate what we would do in any in-person option. So Dan, I will turn it over to you. This is Dan Stanley.
All right, thank you. First thing to note is I am not a health expert. I think we all should know that by now. But I'm happy to walk through the health and safety precautions that we put together based on guidance by experts. So thank you to all of our experts in our district that have helped and the resources that we were given to do that. One note for this is the goal of these precautions is to mitigate the risk of transmission. It is impossible to eliminate the risk of transmission. So I just wanted to be clear, the goal of this is to mitigate the transmission. Now, some of the items and things we're going to talk about, some of these are delayed. We don't have these right now. There's shortages in industries, and there are some products that are being diverted to the healthcare system before us. So some, not all of these things we have right now, but these are the things that are in our plans to put in place. So the first category we'd call symptom screenings. So really 3 areas. Before you leave your home, this is for everybody. Before you leave home, we're asking for a temperature check and symptom checklist to go through to see if you have any of the COVID-19 symptoms. And if you do, please stay home. And then at the building entrance, there's a temperature check for everybody coming into the building. And then throughout the day, we'll be having random temperature checks, just kind of knowing that, temperatures can be a little bit different coming into the building. And honestly, if you wanted to mask your temperature, there's ways to do that. And so the random checks would help with the symptom screenings. On the face coverings would be required for all people at all times. So everyone wears a mask all the time. And this has to be strictly enforced. There are exceptions. There are few exceptions, such as when you're eating and drinking, right? If you're outside and you can be 6 feet apart, there's conditions under ban. And then, if you have a medical reason that maybe you can't have a face covering. Social distancing is extremely important. So that the idea of that is stay 6 feet away from other people whenever possible. So depending on the scenario that we're talking about, social distancing in some situations will be impossible. So it will be more possible in other situations. But there's classrooms you have to consider, hallways you have to consider, lunchrooms, school buses, all of those things in terms of the situations where we can or cannot stay 6 feet apart. A part also that goes along with that is our room capacity. We can't have any more than 50 people in one room at a time. Right now, we don't have further guidance that says we can subdivide a giant room like a gym, perhaps with curtains, and separate that. We don't have that information that we're allowed to do that. And then removing the extra furniture in the room that we don't need to be there to provide more opportunity to socially distance. Physical changes in the building and the spaces. So there are physical barriers at reception desks. You can think of those big clear sneeze guard things. And then workstations where people are kind of close within that social distance area. Desks in the classrooms would need to be facing one direction. Assigned seating for those classrooms. When students are released into the hall, we need them to be staggered so that there's no bottlenecks at the door. We're working on hallway, moving throughout the hallway to try to decrease bottlenecks, looking at where we can have one-way stairways, for example. And then guides in the halls as you're walking to kind of let you know where you should be walking, what direction you should be going. So if you can't tell yet, no matter what scenario, this would look different than it has before. Yeah, in terms of so we can say normal under any of these circumstances, it won't be normal. On the cleaning and disinfecting side, we've got wipes for frequently used services. So, desks or whatever is used throughout the day. Nightly cleaning and disinfecting that has been going on would continue. Providing hand sanitizer in each room, but also knowing that that's not a substitute for hand washing. So we strongly want to encourage and provide opportunity to frequently wash hands for at least 20 seconds. A few other precautions would be visitors. We need to limit this to essential visitors only. and as much as possible for people to bring your own lunches and water. Now the lunch will still be available. The food service would still run, but it's going to look, again, very different. It's going to need to be prepackaged food that is kind of easy to pick up and to acquire that way. Then on the symptom side, so under the health and safety precautions, symptoms at home. So if you took that symptom checker and you recognize you have symptoms, please stay home, and you cannot enter the building until you have been 72 hours fever-free without fever-reducing medications, and 10 days, at least 10 days from when the symptoms first appeared. Now, if you are in the building and discover you have symptoms, our goal is to immediately remove that person from the population, from the circulation of that building, and send them home as quickly as we can, or wherever else they need to go, if they need to go to the hospital or something like that. Then what we need to do is close the affected areas, so the areas of the school that person was in, and we can't open those areas up again until they've been properly cleaned and disinfected. Then in terms of quarantine and isolation, so if an individual person has been confirmed with COVID-19 or presumed positive, meaning they have those symptoms, that they need to isolate 10 days from the onset of the symptoms or a positive test. And it's at least 10 days, until the symptoms subside. It could be much longer. And then if you have close contact with a confirmed positive case, that you would need to quarantine for 14 days. And based on our understanding from Lake County Health Department, there is not an opportunity to shorten that period of time. If you can imagine, this can quickly result in a lot of people transitioning in and out for long periods of time, 2 weeks-ish or maybe more. Staff can go in and out, students can go in and out, and that makes things very complicated. Close contact, just to make sure that we're using the right definitions. Close contact means within 6 feet of someone with a confirmed positive case for at least 15 minutes. And that is regardless of if you have a face covering. So that doesn't matter. It's within 6 feet of a person for 15 minutes of a positive case.
Dan, can I interrupt there?
Yeah.
That 6 feet for 15 minutes is any point cumulatively over a 2-week period. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's my understanding from the Lake County Health Department.
So if it was 2 or 3 minutes a day for several days, that would meet the standard of close contact according to the contact tracers.
I believe that is correct.
Thank you.
I could be wrong, but I believe that is correct. Here we go.
Actually, Dan, can I ask a question as well, as long as we're stopped? So when you said that we would have to close all areas that if a student contract or shows symptoms during the day. So for instance, a student shows symptoms, let's say 7th period, they would close, that student would be removed. What would happen to all the people that student had been with, like immediately at that time? So if they close that area, what happens to all the other students and the teacher in that area? What happens to all the teachers and students that student has been with throughout the day, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th?
So in terms of that immediate situation, those people would have to relocate to a different space because we have to shut that space down. And then in terms of what would be required of those people, if they qualified as close contact with that person, then they may be required to quarantine. We're going to take point on what the Lake County Health Department tells us in that situation.
And if a student has to be removed and isolated, is the area that they are being isolated, does it have to be supervised?
Yes.
So somebody has to come be in that same isolation space and potentially expose themselves to a symptomatic person?
Potentially, I don't know, depending on the location of the isolation room, whether the person has to be literally in the room or kind of like right next to them may be possible. So the buildings are working on very good, strong protocols to do that. But definitely whoever is there has to be supervised. And just with anything, if you have a person that's symptomatic, whoever is near them is going to have an increased risk. Yeah.
The one thing in the building that I have paid attention to because of a CDC study that came out last week is ventilation. The virus does remain airborne for an extended period of time. We have two buildings with very different air handling considerations. Assuming that there will be periods in the day like lunch where students have to remove their masks. Is there any way for us to gauge the air handling systems and how that's going to affect student and teacher and staff health?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our director of buildings and grounds, Mark Koopman, is working with our engineer. We have a mechanical engineer consulting company that we work with on a number of HVAC ventilation issues within the buildings. And they are part of a national organization. I don't know the name, but it's got a funny acronym that looks at that kind of stuff. And so they are looking at their recommendations and trying to go down what those recommendations are. It starts with more ventilation. So bringing in more outside air is kind of the target, and then increasing the quality of the filters to a higher filter. You know, our systems are between the buildings, about 20 years old. And so some of them, they're designed for kind of a certain filter. So, they're looking to maximize those things where you can. When you bring in outside air, for example, to help with the ventilation, that can, depending on what the weather is like outside, that can make the actual environment more uncomfortable. So if it's a very hot, very humid day, you can bring in more outside air, which helps with ventilation, but then is a lot warmer and more uncomfortable that the spaces that you're in, which is something that we battle in the buildings already.
Hey, Dan, one question on assigned seating. So I understand we would have assigned seating in the classrooms in order to facilitate any contact tracing we would need to do. Would the same be true in the cafeterias?
That's a good question. I don't know that we have answered that specific question. However, assigned seating would be a very important thing, and it makes sense that you may have assigned seating in the cafeteria, but we have not fleshed that exact detail out.
Okay.
Dan, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Back to the kids that are put in more or less in quarantine in that shut off area. What happens to them then? Are their parents picking them up? What if they've got a parent who has an immunocompromised situation? Do they identify someone who can pick the child up? I'm just trying to think through that part of it.
Yeah, I think it depends on the situation. It may be that maybe the student, if the student drove themselves to school, maybe they're allowed to drive them out. I think it'll depend on the situation. But I know the nursing staff at the buildings are looking at a very safe and careful protocol to make sure we get people out safely and isolated from the building, but also get them where they need to be.
Thank
Dan,
you. It does sound to me like the advice from the state and the directions from the state are still forthcoming and ongoing. And I appreciate you attempting to answer as many of these questions as possible, given the fact that even we don't have all the data yet.
Yeah. Thank you.
True.
I know that we deal with the HIPAA issues, pre-COVID, when someone has a health condition, whether it's a teacher or a student. I think we have to give some thought to privacy issues around how we isolate a student. And although contact tracing does the bulk of the work in terms of identifying close contacts, I think there's some privacy issues also that have to be addressed.
Absolutely. So anyone that was in the work group for health and safety, if you get to talk to them at some point, hopefully they will say that privacy was definitely a top concern, especially early on. Right off the bat was privacy, because that's an important thing for students and for staff to have that. And so that's a difficult thing to do, especially if, if you think if you're potentially getting temperature checked and then you somehow don't go in the building and maybe you have to go off somewhere else, like that's difficult to do that. So we try to the best of our ability to maintain that privacy, but there's still some things that are just unavoidable in terms of just logistically being able to move people. But you're right, the privacy is a top concern and something we absolutely want to be careful of.
Okay, and a far lesser concern, but have we given, that work group talked about prohibiting students from removing their mask in a classroom to drink water or to eat, or even if someone, like me who has allergies, if I have to blow my nose, do I have to leave the room and go to a bathroom to remove my mask and blow my nose? Has any of that been fleshed out? Because I worry about the impact of that kind of very locked down environment in our classrooms, and the consideration of teachers having to teach, but also police for, gum chewing and all the other things that normally can go on in a classroom.
Yeah, I would say we have not fleshed out those details yet, but what I would say is access to water is an extremely important thing that we need to make sure that we maintain. And so finding that balance, I think, is important while also maintaining the safe environment. So, and you may have situations that medically require, someone to eat at a certain time. I'm not sure what those may be, but those are all important considerations. But to go back, we really have not fleshed out those specific details to that question.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Hey,
Dan. Go ahead.
Hey, it's Kevin. So Dan, just for the sake of people understanding, you were the task leader. You're the CFO of the district, correct?
Correct. I am not a health expert.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because I think that's very, very important. So I guess the next question is, on this task force for health and safety, how many health experts did we actually have on it to help you out and to help the district out?
Yeah, we had our two school nurses, which I thought were vitally important for that. And so they're very well informed, connected. Our certified trained nurses were on our task force helping us out.
All right.
As well as the guidance from CDC, IDPH, all those stuff, which theirs is informed by, their medical experts.
No, for sure. Did we have any members from the community, doctors, physicians assistants, nurses from the community that sat in on those meetings or provided any feedback or guidance or help in this critical area? Okay, thanks.
And Dan, just one last question. Approximately how many people, if we went to full everybody attends learning, students and staff in each building would be there each day? I mean, obviously.
I think a round number is 2,000. So at Libertyville, it would be more than 2,000, probably be about 2,300. At Vernon Hills, it would be a little bit less, probably 1,800 to 1,900. But I think 2,000 is round enough.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dan or us on this?
Not on the health and safety piece at this time.
Okay. All right, so the next portion of our program is titled Foundations of At-Home Learning for the next school year. And so we're going to turn it over to Dr. Rita Fisher, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Rita?
Thank you, Prentice. Well, as Dan spent time describing the health and safety precautions that would be true of any in-person experience at school, these next few slides are going to talk about some common areas of attention regarding any experiences that would involve e-learning in the coming school year. And we want to draw some sharp distinctions between what was an emergency e-learning experience in the spring and a very well thought out plan for what e-school might be in the coming year. So if you want to move to the next slide, please, Bryant. So in this slide, we really want to talk about any time that e-learning might be used in the coming school year, whether it is in a hybrid scenario or in a fully remote scenario. We've designed a model that we're calling D128 eSchool, and it's fundamentally different from the experiences of spring e-learning in some really significant ways. So when we talk about D128 eSchool, we're talking about a system that's really been strategically planned and developed for various scenarios. Whereas in the spring, the sudden emergency of the pandemic required us to implement under really unanticipated and emergency conditions what was not really a plan, but was rather the Illinois State Board of Education guidelines for practice in this emergency scenario. Over the last several months, D128 educators, students, administrators, community members, board members have collaboratively designed what we're calling eSchool. And you'll see as we talk about the scenarios, how and when eSchool is implemented. But for our purposes right now, before we go into those scenarios, we really want to talk about eSchool as being, as I said, very different from what was experienced in the spring. This plan has been developed and has written guidelines that are based on the expertise of the D128 community. We are returning to as normal a situation when we're in remote learning as is possible by honoring grading practices of teachers with some consistency in how those grading practices are implemented. We've devised a plan that will require synchronous meetings in every scheduled class period, whereas in the spring, given the uncertainty of the situation and the concerns from the state in regards to guidance about the harm that students might experience during this unanticipated emergency, their guidelines included to do no harm in grading, which meant that students retained a grade that they had received third quarter, and their grade could go no lower than that. So that put some constraints on D128 educators, and for many students made a lot of their experiences appear to be optional. Synchronous meetings were held really well by some educators during the spring, but again, due to the sudden nature of implementation and the uncertainties, we did not have a scheduled time for synchronous meetings for students in the spring. And in fact, there was a lot of guidance out there that suggested synchronous meetings would not be a positive thing if imposed kind of suddenly and without the kind of planning that we've now engaged in. So that will be probably the most observable difference if we are to enter any kind of eSchool remote learning experience, that we'll have standard grading practices, we'll have required synchronous meetings in every scheduled class period, that attendance will be mandatory and will be taken by classroom teachers during those scheduled meetings. Attendance appeared kind of optional in the spring when a Google form was sent and students filled it out, and then they were able to kind of pick and choose when and how they engaged with their teachers. We have had, since the beginning of our planning, emphasis on how important it is to provide time and support and professional learning to really help our excellent teachers shift from their ability to teach in person in an excellent way to shift their instructional delivery models to any remote experience that might be required in the hybrid scenario or in an extended eSchool experience. So we've got plans and timelines set aside for that preparation and professional learning as compared to the spring when we really did not have time to shift all of our materials and instructional delivery strategies to this new situation. Teachers worked admirably to make that happen, but in the coming year, when we are to go into any kind of remote situation, we will have had much more time and experience in professional learning to do that shift as we do other things in D128 in a sustained and supported and deliberate fashion. The other really distinct difference between eSchool and what happened in the spring is that this is something, again, that we will have ready, the plans for implementing eSchool at the start of the school year, that those systems will be in place and they will be nimble enough if there are transitions from one mode of delivery to another, from one mode of in-person school to a remote mode or an alternative scenario. Whereas last year, the abrupt beginning to remote learning at the beginning of the fourth quarter without even any understanding whether it would continue throughout the end of the year made things quite challenging. So we understand, we've listened and heard the feedback regarding the spring experience. And so when we go through the scenarios, we want people to understand that eSchool is a very different experience than the spring experience. And we'll emphasize that as we talk through the hybrid and the fully remote scenario. The other point that we wanted to make is discussed on the next slide, and that is distinguishing between synchronous and asynchronous instruction. And I think formulating kind of a definition in our mind of what synchronous instruction is versus asynchronous instruction will kind of help us as we talk through the scenarios as well. When we talk about synchronous instruction, we're talking about an experience where teachers and students are meeting face-to-face, whether virtually or in person. They're sharing the same time, space, and method of instruction. Students meet for lessons at assigned times, and the teacher is present with those students to guide learning, provide instruction, answer questions, facilitate conversation, and engage in discussion. Asynchronous instruction refers to activities in which the teacher is providing learning experience and students are completing that independently and or collaboratively with their peers on their own time, not in real time with the teacher. Students can work on their own to complete assignments, and there are deadlines for those assignments. We believe that really both of those scenarios are essential learning experiences for our students, and that they characterize learning before the pandemic. Before we went into any kind of remote learning, our students engaged in both synchronous and asynchronous experiences. The vast majority of them in school were synchronous, but they often had work to do at home that was asynchronous. Homework is an example of asynchronous. We have some blended courses where students were successfully completing synchronous and asynchronous experiences. So really, when we talk about the three scenarios, an in-person return would still require some synchronous experiences that students complete at home. Hybrid and remote increasingly require asynchronous experiences. So just wanted to make sure that when we use those terms that we're clear on how they differ.
Rita, can I ask you a question about those terms? Because I think I was one of the people for whom I found the meaning of asynchronous associated with what went on during what would be normal class periods in the spring. And what I'm hearing you say is that asynchronous learning refers to homework or group projects that are completed outside of class time, or papers that would be due.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, independent research that students do on their own. Sometimes they do that in our own school when they are participating in blended courses that we offer, where students attend class some days and work independently on others. They do it when they're completing a group project with their friends after school, gathering somewhere either in person or virtually to collaborate together and work without the direct support of their teacher.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an important thing for me to understand. I know that the overwhelming number of emails that we got from the community regarding our hybrid plan that we talked about last time was an objection to asynchronous learning. But I think that term, at least in my mind, is worth clarifying that we did both synchronous and asynchronous learning before March 13. And that asynchronous learning refers to homework, test prep, projects, papers, group work. Am I clear?
Yes, you are. Anything that's not done in real time with the teacher.
Okay, so any things that are instructor led, that would be synchronous.
Yes.
It seemed that there was
Thank you.
a number of, thank you. It seemed that there were a number of parents and students who equated asynchronous with teaching themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So that was not my experience. Anytime I gave a group of students something to do on their own afterwards, I wasn't expecting them to teach themselves per se. They were doing something that I had instructed them to do, like the research or whatever. But there's asynchronous has become a bad word. And to many, it just means the teacher's not really giving my kid something to do. He is just making my kid learn it on his own. And my experience has been, these are lessons that are developed so that a portion of the lesson is in class and a portion of that lesson is out of class. Flipped classes are a great example where the teacher gives a lesson that the student watches on his own. And then while they're in class together, that's when they can do the practice, the guided practice. Or a teacher would show a video in class. Well, instead of showing the video in class, I could do the video on an asynchronous day, but it's something that I was going to do anyway. I'm not just filling time. It's part of my instructional plan.
Any other questions or comments for Rita?
No, I just want to clarify for the public, Don's comments there. Don is a teacher at Stevenson High School, so he's relaying his experiences from Stevenson. So thanks for sharing that, Don. That's helpful.
I think overwhelmingly, though, it was clear from the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails that parents, even if you use the term asynchronous to describe some of what the student does during the day, that it was important to them that their students saw the teacher every day, even if it was for a portion of the class time, checked in with that teacher, if I'm understanding it correctly. And so then if the teacher sends them off to do a group project or gives them instruction for a paper or whatever, that that it was important that the students were in class every day, at least for a portion of the time. That was my understanding.
Yes, and you'll see as we go through the scenarios, Karen, we'll point out where those in-person meetings with teachers happen on every schedule.
Okay, we good? Can always come back and answer questions on anything, as we move through the presentation. Thank you, Rita. Okay, next, Bryant has moved us on to the next slide. So the next portion of the presentation is really a compare and contrast with advantages and disadvantages in terms of analyzing the three particular models in the world we're in right now. The first one we're going to tackle tonight will be a normal opening with adaptations. And of course, as I mentioned last Monday, we know how to open school. We would have to apply, normally, we would have to apply the adaptations to that model. So as we work together administratively, we've listed some advantages and disadvantages, and we'll do that for each one of the models. Advantages facilitates the greatest amount of in-person interactions between students and teachers, follows a traditional high school schedule, curriculum, instruction, assessment, and grading practices, continues in-person academic and social emotional supports for students, and reduces student screen time because they are in class more, obviously in person. Disadvantages with the normal opening with adaptations model. It makes 6-foot social distancing in classrooms and other building locations impossible because of the volume of students that are in the building. Diminishes quality of interactions due to safety requirements. So for example, the students will have masks on. Students will not be high-fiving and hugging in the hallway. Teachers will likely be teaching behind a plexiglass shield at the front of the room. So a number of those things with safety requirements. Maximizes risk for community transmission of a virus because of our inability to social distance the students in any organized and sustained way with that volume of students. Increases likelihood of student, staff, and family COVID-19 quarantines of 14 days. I think as Dan mentioned in his comments, the quarantine period is 14 days. You cannot get out of the quarantine period with a positive COVID-19 test. So those are the rules that have been set before us.
Francis, I think you meant you can't get out of the 14 days with a negative COVID test.
Sorry. Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can't even get out of it with 2 consecutive negative tests. It's 14 days, 14 days, 14
Thank you
days.
for the correction. That is absolutely correct. And creates the necessity of offering alternative programs for whom in-person learning is impossible during the pandemic, and increases need for substitute teachers and alternative staffing scenarios. As Dan may have alluded to before, as we start school, we all realize, given the world that we're living in, that there are going to be times where we're going to have breakouts within the school, and securing substitutes during those times when, let's say, a number of schools in the area are also having breakouts is very, very challenging for not just us, but other school districts. And so that's the basic overview of that particular option. With hybrid and in-person, again, that is in-person, combination of in-person and e-school. Students and staff participate in-person instruction 2 days per week. Students and staff participate in 1 day of synchronous e-learning. Students participate in 2 days per week of independent application of learning. And I'm going to ask Rita to come back and talk a bit about a hybrid or e-school schedule. Rita?
Thank you. On the hybrid schedule, the social distancing is made more possible by a strategic split of the student population. So students are divided into 2 groups, and they attend in-person school on 1 day, and on the next day they are learning asynchronously. The 2 in-person days per week is true for all students. In addition, on the 3rd day, the Wednesday on this schedule, day 3, students are all learning in e-school, which means remotely, but they are attending scheduled meetings with their teachers during every period of the 8-period day. So both the A group and the B group are combined on the 3rd day for in-person synchronous virtual meetings.
And that was a change from our original design, correct?
Yes. Day 3 was an asynchronous day where students were completing assignments independently as assigned by the teacher. We changed that to include the 8-period day on Wednesday, the day 3. And again, during e-school, whenever there is a scheduled period of the day, teachers are hosting synchronous meetings during which they take attendance and interact with the students scheduled for that period. So in the hybrid example, it is the A and the B group together on day 3, checking in with their teacher during each period for a scheduled meeting.
But day three, they wouldn't be meeting together as a class necessarily.
Yes, all students would
attend together, be all showing up on the same screen kind of thing, if that's how they're doing it.
For attendance purposes, and then the teachers would have the discretion as to how they would use that meeting time. They could work with the entire group. They could schedule meetings for smaller groups of students to check on their progress. They could provide support during that period, but all students from both the A group and the B group would be together with the teacher for all or part of the period based on what the teacher determines is best for the students in that particular day.
Yeah.
But on the independent application day, the students would not be checking in with their teachers?
They would not, because the teachers would be teaching the alternate group on that day.
So that would truly be an independently, like it says, independent application of learning. They wouldn't check in at all day with school, no attendance, nothing.
They would have an attendance check-in in the morning, but they would not be checking in with their teachers during that assigned class period. The teachers would be busy teaching the other group in person.
Yep.
And
Students would only be in 2 days a week, but the teachers and staff would have to be there 4 days a week. And when the students are there, it's 50% of the population. So that's about, correct my math, 1,000 students at Libertyville High School, plus all of the teachers and staff. And then at Vernon Hills High School, is it 800 or 850?
800, that's a good number.
800 plus all of the teachers and staff. So although the students would only be in school 2 days a week, teachers and staff will be there 4 days a week, correct?
4 or 5, yeah.
So the teachers could come in on day 3, but would they be required to, or could they do that from home if the technology permits?
That would be, at this time, we've talked about that being optional for teachers to teach remotely from home or to teach from the, in school using classroom materials and facilities.
Rita, would this be a good time to talk about the technology that's required for scenario 2 and scenario 3 to make it work? Because I'm concerned about the technology and the professional development that are required for both of those scenarios, and just want to hear if this is a good time for that, or if that information is coming later. I can wait.
We can talk about it now, or we can talk about it after we go through the other schedule.
Why don't
about both the hybrid schedule and the eSchool schedule?
I think that's great if you want to get through both first and then talk about it, because I think the PD and the technology are going to apply to both scenarios. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Rita, can I ask one question? Because it came up in a lot of the feedback we received. Can you respond to this idea that, okay, we're going to split the population, half in the building at a time. Day 1 is cohort A, day 2 is cohort B, but why on day 2 can't we just Zoom the class so cohort A can have a synchronous day, except that it's on Zoom?
Some could choose to do that. That's not a requirement for all. That's not something that has been imposed at this point. What the teams have talked about is really the day 1 and day 2 being a 2-day lesson, that the teacher, when students are in person, designs the lesson for in-person interaction on one day and that independent application in some way on another. And we've had a number of examples of how that might work. The teacher would provide the in-person instruction on day 1. Students might be assigned to do some kind of independent research or collaboration, or watch a video on day 2, or multiple other scenarios for continuing learning and forwarding their learning on day 2. So rather than seeing this as every day is a new lesson, this is a 2-day lesson that is designed by the teacher so that the students can continue to move forward in their learning, with some of it being in person and some of it being application of learning.
Okay. And John and Tom, feel free to add, but don't we also have significant concern, I think, if I'm looking at this schedule, and let's imagine one day I'm in person, the next day I'm literally online from 8:45 in the morning until 3:25 at night across 8 full periods. There's significant concern about the long-term viability. I mean, it's one thing to do that once in a while, but as I think any and all of us that have been doing a lot of this, when we hit the 4-hour mark on any of these Zoom meetings, we're kind of hitting the wall a little bit. And so at least I would be concerned about zooming in for a full full day with no real breaks even. There's really no good breaks even scheduled here.
Right. And there are a lot of reasons why, that live streaming can be good in some situations, and in other situations it really doesn't fully replicate, being in person with the teacher. So if students are live streaming, it would be difficult for them to be an active part of the classroom in the same way that other students are. Sometimes that works. As you say, it is a very long period of time to be in front of your computer, kind of watching and not having the same participation opportunity as students in the classroom, but there are ways to achieve that.
Okay.
So it's not ideal. It is done in some scenarios, but that's why our team was talking more about the design of a 2-day lesson with really focused instruction on the in-person day and some other kind of application on the second day. But not to say that live streaming can't happen on occasion and that it's not a valid way on some occasions to deliver instruction as well.
Okay, thank you.
This is Kevin. This is actually a message for more for Prentice, or a question for Prentice, and that is, again, we know my thoughts on this asynchronous schedule and my concern with the kids who aren't in class having high levels of anxiety, being unable to get a hold of their teacher, leaving kids to their own devices on 2 days, especially high performing kids when they cannot get a little bit of a nudge, seriously concerns me. So I'm not comfortable with this hybrid schedule. But more importantly to what Pat kind of did raise, and that is the use of technology. There was some best practices from Ohio that I did forward on to the administration, where a camera would be put in the classroom. It would follow the teacher. It would be interactive. It would create small classrooms. And have we really tried to figure out how to utilize technology to, yes, lessen the screen time, 2, make it more interactive, 3, get the necessary technology in the classrooms for those kids who are going to be out full time? I guess I'm concerned about that. And Prentice knows he and I have been talking about this since June. So I'd just like him to address that for us.
Well, it doesn't, as Rita mentioned, it doesn't preclude teachers from using that technology, and some of our teachers will utilize that technology. It's not been a universal, approach that's been recommended out of any of our work groups, at this time. And there are also additional conversations that would have to be had, as there would in any district, with the teachers union as part of that conversation.
Great. So thanks for that, Prentice. Rita, now to you on this one, and that is, how are you going to lessen the anxiety for our high-performing kids? And in fact, for every single kid, how do we lessen the anxiety on those days they're alone and they have a problem that they can't really solve, and the teacher just needs to give them a clue, just a word. But they can't get a hold of that teacher because the teacher is teaching other people that whole day.
Yeah, and it is very true. This puts high demand on students to be able to apply their learning independently, and on teachers to both instruct a group of students in person and respond to student concerns who are working asynchronously. Teachers do have some scheduled time during the day for planning, but I would imagine that much of that planning time is going to be focused on the students who are in class that day or planning for future 2-day lessons as well. So, our teachers do their best to respond to student concerns and to answer student queries, especially ones that are urgent, but that does present a challenge.
And we do still have the time beginning and end of day, as we would in a normal school day, for teachers to try to get in contact with, students to get in contact with their teachers, I would assume.
Rita?
That are times that are built in. That is what I meant by that. But again, it's not going to, it may not be exactly when the student needs it, which is the case on a weekend as well, right?
Yeah.
Rita, Casey Rooney here. Question for you. The resources that the school has, things like the math and science help, the Right Place that, helps kids with their papers, things like that. Would those resources be available to students virtually those days?
Yes, that would be the plan, to facilitate opportunities for students to access support and resources in other ways.
Okay.
And some of the precise details are still under development, but yes, that has been discussed, and yes, we could make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
And before we ask if there are any additional questions, just to underscore this point again, I think, one of the concerns that was raised last spring that I think Rita touched on earlier in doing a compare and contrast between last spring and the guidelines that the state, had us follow, and what we're working on moving forward is the word accountability. I know parents have talked to board members. They've written us about accountability and students being accountable for their work. So if you're an A student and you're in a B day and the teacher's done a 2-day lesson plan, you are also going to be accountable for the work that you're doing on that second day. And that's very important to know. It's a very, very different dynamic than the guidelines the state gave us last spring.
But still, days, just so I'm clear, let's use day 2 as an example of a day that you're at home doing independent application. You said that the teacher would have the option of holding class for even the students that are at home, requiring them. So it's possible that on any given day that you're at home, you may have to attend 2 or 3 or 1 classes at a particular time and keep track of it. Am I understanding that correctly?
So that would, the live streaming option is something that, again, is not something that is required of all teachers, but it could be something that individuals may choose to do after further reflection and discussion and, working out the details of that. There is technology that does make that possible. But again, it's not a requirement of teachers, for all teachers to do that.
Well, yeah, to be clear, that's not really the fundamental design. That would basically be a tweak off what was intended here, right? Okay. I don't want people to think that there's likely to be, large scale live streaming Monday through Friday. I don't believe that's the original intent of this particular schedule.
And Pat, if I can just say, to add to that, that live streaming issue, I understand from maybe a parent perspective, well, why don't we just live stream everything? I think the reason that we're not mandating the live stream is that the professional educators don't believe that that is the best instructional method for every single class and every single student at a time. So we're not mandating that to say you must live stream, because, but rather leaving that to a teacher to determine, because what we want is we want our instructional standards to be at the highest levels so that kids can learn at the highest levels. And live streaming may be the best instructional method for a particular class on a particular day in a particular group of students. And if the teacher determines that that is what is needed, then we will have the technology and we will have the professional learning support to help the teacher make that possible. However, conversely, live streaming may create conditions that make it absolutely difficult for the students in the classroom to get what they need from the teacher, the students at home to get what they need from the teacher, and thereby it may limit the teacher's ability to conduct that lesson in the most efficient and the best way possible. So we want to empower our teachers as the professionals they are to make those instructional decisions that are aligned to the needs of their particular class, those particular students at that particular point in time. I just, want that to be understood that it is an option, but it is certainly not mandated, not because we don't want to do it, but because we only want to do it when we believe it is absolutely the best way to help students achieve the learning goals.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? We, again, as we move through the presentation and we get toward the close, we can certainly pick up questions as well. So thank you, Tom and Rita. Brian, can you take us to the next slide? Okay, so here is the assessment and analysis of hybrid, again, which is a combination of in-person and e-school. which is our enhanced remote learning. Advantages, it makes 6-foot social distancing in classrooms and other building locations more possible than certainly having everyone in the building at the same time. It improves the ability to implement health and safety protocols because of the smaller number of students within the building and moving through the building. Facilitates some in-person interaction between students and teachers. Follows some aspects of traditional high school schedule, instruction, assessment, and grading practices. Continues academic and social emotional supports for students and reduces screen time to some degree. So on the disadvantage side, it makes the 6-foot social social distancing not fully possible. Again, at Libertyville, if you think about 1,000 students plus the staff, and at Vernon Hills, if you think about 800 plus students plus the staff, still very, very challenging to meet current social distancing guidelines. Diminishes quality of interactions due to safety requirements. So again, we're going to have to put requirements in place as the students are in the building to best ensure social distancing. Also ensure that students keep their mask on. Numbers of persons, drinking fountains, washrooms, all types of things like that. Divide students into separate learning groups. Creates unfamiliar schedules for all students, introduces some risk for community transmission of virus, again, reduced at some level because there are fewer people in the building, increases the likelihood of student, staff, and family COVID-19 quarantines of 14 days because we do have a number of students and staff in the building, creates necessity of offering alternative programs for whom in-person learning is impossible during the pandemic, increases the need for substitute teachers and alternative staffing scenarios, again, based on what could well be additional outbreaks in the building because of the number of students that would be there, and creates opportunity for lack of supervision and support at home. So that's an analysis and a breakdown of hybrid in-person.
Just one question. Isn't among all the options we're considering, isn't this one among the more challenging with respect to getting through our full curriculum just because of the number of asynchronous days? I know they're trying to plan 2 lessons in each synchronous day, but it just seems to me like this might be among the more challenging in terms of getting through the whole curriculum.
Rita, Tom, John?
So the plan in any scenario would be for teachers to devise ways to cover and teach the essential curriculum of the course. And our teachers have assured us that in any scenario, they will be able to plan to do this. But again, with the amount of in-person and asynchronous time combined, the essential curriculum is important. We don't want to water down the curriculum. We want to be able to teach our courses. We need to prepare students as families are concerned about for their next steps. So is it a challenge? Yes, it requires a redesign of how instruction is delivered, and it really requires focus on what is essential. So I would agree that it is a challenge, but in any scenario, our expert teachers with the appropriate time and planning can make that work.
Hey, Ray, that's Kevin. This is also going to be a question for Tom, but in the time of a pandemic, we probably shouldn't be trying to do new things. So this 2-day learning concept with asynchronous days and things like that obviously doesn't have my support. But Tom, more to you on this one. Can you provide an example where I'll just call it the live streaming, would not basically work? Because I think most people in the community, and Kevin Huber included, think that at the end of the day, the teacher needs just to go in and teach the way they taught last year. Half the kids will be there, half the kids will be watching. Technology allows for great group breakouts and things like that. But again, we consistently hear that won't work for some teachers. So I guess we need to see why their teaching methods from last year won't translate to that methodology. And because we need to be able to let this one go. I just haven't, we just can't. So give us an example, please.
So live streaming works very well when you have one person, specifically a teacher, doing the majority of the talking, and the focus remains stationary towards one location. So college lectures are a good example of what translates very well to a live streaming scenario, because the professor is largely in one area, the focus is on the professor, and the information that comes out is largely directed by one person. So there may be times when our teachers are lecturing, there may be times when a science teacher is demonstrating an experiment, there may be times when a social studies teacher is, kind of having kids take notes, where live streaming would be very appropriate. However, what we're doing a lot of in our learning situations is a lot of student-generated thinking, student-generated discussion, small group discussions, and transitions between full group instruction, small group instruction, students interacting with one another in various ways. And there are technologies like the swivel that will follow a teacher around the room. But when you have a lot of voices operating at the same time, the technology that I've experienced, and I know it's developing and getting better all the time, but the technology that I've experienced really struggles to know who's talking, who should be focused on, and where camera and audio can take place. Also, many of the professional videos you see of teachers teaching live when they are facilitating a lot of small groups have microphones and things like that hanging over the tables, so that when kids are talking, that can be directed into a microphone and picked up in a much better way. With our classrooms, we don't have our rooms set up, and our kids are going to be in situations where we are going to be working to have them discussing and working on things. And that type of interaction, if a teacher has to focus on the students in front of them, then try to focus on the kids who are at home and what they're getting and what they may not be getting. What we're concerned about is that at that point, the benefits of the in-school students start to get diminished, because the real benefits of the teacher's full attention for that in-person learning become diminished because the teacher is simultaneously or unfortunately focusing more on helping the kids who are at home. And so that's where we want to make live streaming an option. But because the types of teaching in our building differ so vastly, and that so much of it is student directed and student driven, we don't think that it satisfies the needs across the board at all times during the day.
Okay, Tom, thanks for that one. Question, this is a question for Prentice then, is do we have the technology in place to make it optional? Meaning if teacher A would like it, teacher C would like it, teacher L would like it, is that technology in the classrooms and available to be flipped onto the switch? Because I suspect in today's race to try to be the best that everybody is buying the technology and there will be shortages. So if we're not first in line, we're last in line.
Okay, Kevin, that's a good question. And we have District Technology Director Mick Torres with us this evening. So Mick, do you want to respond to Kevin's question?
Sure. Certainly the tools for any kind of video instruction, whether it's live, whether it's recorded, edited, incorporated in some kind of learning resource or whatever, is available. It's a tool in the toolbox for teachers. We do have, I think that if we had to, we could probably cover about 30% right now of all our classrooms with the type of live streaming, Kevin, that you're describing, where literally there is a camera that is following an individual that is picking up ambient noises throughout the classroom, from teacher to the back of the classroom. Yeah, you're right in that as we've been looking at acquiring more of that technology, and as schools are responding to this increased demand for live streaming, that some of that equipment is hard to get right now. So we're keeping tabs on manufacturers and availability, and that is certainly something we're on top of. But I think right now we're in really good shape, and as meeting the needs is what Tom described of the teachers who do want to incorporate that tool. We'll have that tool available for them.
All right, great. Thanks, Mick.
Can I chime in a couple comments on this topic? The idea of live streaming, it implies, as Tom and others have said, sort of a one direction kind of learning. My concern with this is an equity issue. If the students at home are connecting in and watching a live stream of a classroom, and if in fact the assumption is they are getting the learning capacity that they would if they were in person, then why not have everybody at home watching that live stream? It's in my mind, it's an equity issue that some students are in the classroom and some are not. And if in fact our goal is to have everyone have the same experiences and the same capacity of learning, then if we have to sort of lower the bar to be able to meet the needs of both the students in the classroom and the students at home, then why not have everyone safe and at home and watching from home? That being said, and I've said this before, one of the concepts of a hybrid learning environment, or a concept of being in person in this changing way in which we teach. It's not, the old school lecture like Sage on the stage talking at the students and therefore they learn because I told them. It's really a much more interactive, a much more collaborative kind of environment. And my comment earlier in one of our earlier discussions is, if we're risking people's health, and we are, no matter how well we prepare, if we're risking people's health to bring them into a classroom environment, we should maximize the ability to use that classroom environment and that human interaction that happens in that classroom, rather than just letting the kids sit in rows and watch the teacher talk. So we should really be maximizing that time in that classroom as interactively and as collaboratively as we can. And that's not possible if you're streaming and literally having a camera watching the teacher talk. It's just, they're two completely different concepts of how to learn. So that's just from my perspective. That's how, the idea of the live streaming, yeah, it's great if you're doing a lecture. It's great if you're doing a science demonstration. I would expect a lot of that to happen on Wednesday in the hybrid schedule, in that you have all the students on at the same time watching the same thing, and you could do a demonstration in a chemistry lab or something. But to me, to have sort of the students at home eavesdrop into a classroom where half the students are in the classroom, just it's not going to be an effective learning environment for anybody.
I agree with you, Jim.
Okay, any other questions on that for right now? Okay, Mr. Kelly, move us forward. Okay, so here's one of the things that was from a planning standpoint that the district leadership team had talked about, but as we met a week ago Monday, we had not completed our conversation on. But Monday evening, the board also gave us some feedback, and we were in a similar place on this, but really voluntary opt-out of in-person scenarios. So in either in-person scenario, either normal with adaptations or a hybrid blended model, students will have the choice to opt out of potential in-person learning scenarios. So again, hybrid or normal with adaptations. And we will develop the mechanism to make that happen, and more additional information, shortly in our continued planning. But we wanted to get back to the board and certainly let the public know, as we mentioned last time, that was in the window of our conversation. And we were able to come back to that. And of course, like many school districts, that would be an option that we would provide to our students and parents. Okay, we also, at this point, I think everyone's aware from perhaps our previous conversation that we have, a number of students that have medical challenges for returning to the building. Of course, they would be opted out, and we would work with them in a distance learning model. So the voluntary opt-out would be in addition to that for parent choice. Okay, so we just wanted to make that point.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And maybe I misunderstood when we met last, but it seemed to me that last time we talked about this, the opt-out option would be considerably more limited in terms of what classes they could take than the in-person. And I'm just wondering, is this changed now? Would they have complete access to every class just as if they were in person?
Honest response, Karen, is we're still working on that piece.
But so it's possible that if you opted out, you might not have the choices you'd have if you were in. Or
Yeah,
you're just, okay, you're still working on it.
Yes, and that we are, and that would be similar to what a number of other districts have done in terms of meeting the student needs. The curriculum offerings may be limited, and also our ability to be able to staff that and work with that in distance learning. So we're looking at all of those options. Anybody want to add anything to that? Rita, Tom, John?
By the way, I assume that, let me just make sure I'm still on here. I assume that depends a lot on how many people opt out, because if
correct, the
smaller the number of people that opt out, the harder it is to provide all the offerings to that small group.
Yes, the opt-out is also dependent on when in the school year, which scenario you begin with, when in the school year that happens. There are a variety of factors that impact what distance learning would look like for those students who require it and those who might request it. And Kelly Hartwig has led an entire team looking at how to implement that kind of distance learning, both for those who require it and those who might choose to opt in under scenarios. So there has been a lot of discussion about how to do it. There are a lot of ideas about how to do it, but until we know which scenario we're opening with, we wouldn't be able to do much further work in finalizing those details.
But assuming we had a hybrid with an opt-out option, that would really require us to basically put our energies on parallel paths to developing two methods of instructional delivery simultaneously.
Yeah, that was one of the disadvantages we listed with this schedule.
Yeah, okay.
That's
absolutely true.
What about teachers that are unable for medical reasons to return to in-person learning?
So in one of the in-person scenarios, there are multiple options that could address the needs of those teachers who couldn't return for in-person. But again, those have not been finalized. The options have included pairing teachers who are home for inability to attend in person, and with those students who can't. There are many different ways to provide D128 instructor provided distance learning, as well as distance learning provided by other vendors. But again, that really depends on where we start the school year and how we determine the numbers of students and families who, students, teachers, families who would require that option.
So am I correct in understanding that if we elected the hybrid option, we would have to see how many students opted for the full remote before we could match up teachers who could not return to the building for medical reasons with opportunities that would match the needs of that student population, correct?
A very complex staffing scenario, which we referenced in one of the disadvantages of both the fully in-person and the hybrid model, to determine how to meet the needs of students for whom in-learning in-person learning is impossible.
Right. Because if, say for an example, an English teacher is unable to return to the building due to a medical condition, we would be limited in how we could use that particular instructor because they can't teach a math class, and not every math teacher can teach every one of our math offerings. So is that one of the factors that would necessarily limit what we could offer the students who elected to go remote in a hybrid scenario?
Yes, or we would have to find a distance learning provider. There are, ways for students to access learning that is provided through vendors rather than D128 teachers. So but there are costs associated with that as well. So there are multiple ways to solve that problem, but each of them is complex and may require additional funding.
Yeah. And Rita, just to clarify, this opt-out situation is true for both the hybrid option as well as the full return to school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
That's why it was placed here after those two options.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, we good?
Yep.
Okay, let's move on. We are at extended e-school, which is full enhanced remote learning. And just remember the terminology is e-school for us. So students and staff are in synchronous daily e-school learning model. It's a block schedule with 4 days per week, an 8-period schedule, 1 day per week. Students can access daily resource supports through the buildings and through technology. And so once again, Rita's going to walk us through a schedule.
On the extended e-school schedule, our goal was to maximize the number of contact periods that students had with their teachers. So while this is a block schedule, it provides longer periods of time for each scheduled class on the block days. So periods 0 through 4 would meet Monday, 5 through 8 on Tuesday, and students would have synchronous meetings with their teacher in each scheduled class period, which since we've shown this last, we extended the length of those class periods. They now are 1 hour and 15 minutes on each of those days. There are also in this schedule daily office hours where teachers would be available to work with students in small groups or individually. There are opportunities for students to interact with supports also during their scheduled lunch period. So while we have a lunch scheduled every day, students still might have a study hall or a lunch during the day where they could access resources and teacher support. On the 3rd day of the week, Wednesday, this is the identical Wednesday schedule to the hybrid model schedule. It is an 8-period schedule during which all students meet with all of their teachers in all class periods. So there are scheduled synchronous meetings for an 8-period day on Wednesday. So the effect of that is that students have 3 scheduled synchronous meetings with each teacher in a given week. If the schedule were to be implemented on a week where there was a holiday, the 8-period day would be eliminated and students would still have their full 1 hour and 15-minute block twice a week with their teachers.
Rita, just to clarify too, because while kids would have 3 synchronous meetings with each individual teacher, they would be involved in 5 days of synchronous instruction during the week. You just don't see every teacher every day, but you see some of your teachers every single day. Where in the hybrid, it was 3 days of face-to-face learning. The extended e-school is 5 days of face-to-face learning.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. That is true. Periods 0 through 4 meet on Monday, 5 through 8 on Tuesday, as I said. So students are in scheduled meetings every day of the week, and each of those scheduled meetings provides time for teacher instruction, teacher support, the teacher to use that hour and 15 minutes at their discretion to meet the needs of every student in the class. Additionally, in this model, students are not split into two groups as they are in the hybrid model. It is every student in every class period meeting together during every scheduled period.
And
Rita, this is Casey Rooney. Can you just clarify EB for anyone on the call that doesn't know what that is? Because there may be some parents out there that don't know what that is.
Thank you, Casey. I will. So 0 hour are classes that are offered before school, a full period course, like some of our physical welfare courses. Early bird, EB, are the half period AP Science classes that begin half a period earlier than the start of first period and continue into first period.
The other thing that I wanted to address to Mr. Huber's point, he was concerned about on the hybrid schedule, when you're not in school, it is a challenge for a teacher and a student to connect with one another. In the extended e-school schedule, the office hours time period, if I have periods 0 through 4 on, let's call it Monday, but I'm in Mr. Albin's 5th period class, and I'm not going to see him till Tuesday, I would be able theoretically to see him during office hours on that Monday. So it provides a time period each day for students who have that teacher on any day, 1 through 4 or the 5 through 8, to have access to a teacher for some of those immediate questions or those nudges, as Mr. Huber described, a student may be needing.
Tom, it's Casey again. Can I put you on the spot and ask you to give a little description of some of the advantages of the block teaching scenario? You did a great job of that before, and I would think that people would like to hear that.
Well, I was voicing the thoughts of the schedule committee task force and the teaching and learning task force that, we looked very closely at why don't we do just every day 1 through 8 or 0 through 8, 5 days a week. And there's a couple reasons for that as we move into an e-school schedule. So we think an 8-period day at 45 minutes each is appropriate for on-site learning. But when we move into e-school, our committees and our staff felt very strongly that what was more desirable was to have extended time for learning, because if you go to very short periods of learning, by the time everybody gets logged in, you've already used a couple minutes. There's invariably tech issues that happen that delay some things. And it forces a teacher into doing a lot of very quick delivery of information and limits what they can do with processing time. When we have an hour and 15 minutes, that gives the teacher the opportunity to engage in multiple activities during that time, perhaps some whole group instruction, perhaps that is live streamed for a portion, for example, or a pre-recorded portion of a video that everybody watches. Allows time to break out into breakout rooms for students to process, to come back and to discuss. It allows time for the teacher to engage in, okay, I assigned you some homework. Those of you that had questions, let's talk about that in one area. Those of you that don't, you can start working on your homework with me present, so that if you have questions about what you're gonna need to do tomorrow when you're not with me, I'm here to help you with that. The other thing that we feel is, we feel developmentally for students, it is better for them to have longer blocks of time with fewer classes and teachers on an e-school, so that they can truly absorb all that's happening. When you go to an 8-period day, kids are transitioning every 35, 40 minutes from one class to the next, and they're essentially sitting in a very kind of rapid paced environment from 8 in the morning all the way through till 3 o'clock, or from 9 in the morning till 3 o'clock. And after doing that, we have that for 1 day a week, and we think 1 day a week is okay. we just didn't feel it was desirable to do that all 5 days in an e-school model. We liked the slower pace that still engages students from 9 to 3, but puts them in opportunities to think more deeply, to spend more time with their teacher and their classmates in those periods.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
Hey, Tom, it's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
I don't know where Mr. Huber is. My dad's not around.
Sorry, Kevin. I didn't know how formal I needed to be on Zoom.
No, that's all right. Hey, two things. The big thing, can you address, and I think you did it, but we just need to make sure we clarify. So in these blocks of times, like period 1, 9 to 10, 15, that in no way means a teacher is going to be doing synchronous learning from 9 to 10, 15. That means it's going to be potentially a lecture, potentially some group work, potentially some homework, potentially the teacher comes back at the back end. I mean, it's really, it's kind of the incorporating of the best teaching methods you can do in that block of time. And I think you said that. We just need to make sure that's clear. That's one. So I'm right. That's true. Yes.
Yeah, we believe that gives teachers tremendous opportunity to create instructional designs that are designed not only to meet the learning targets, but also with student attention spans in mind, so that they can create a variety of instructional strategies. We think that the committee, the Teaching and Learning Committee and the Schedule Committee, felt that in an e-school model, extended time was preferable to short periods of time.
All right, great. You know what? I'm going to actually pick on John on this one. So John, if I'm an accountant, so I counted all the time, and basically it looks like per class, kids are going to be about 30 minutes short per class per week compared to pre-COVID. So are you concerned as a leader of a school, a high-performing school, about that 30 minutes per class per week loss? And if not, why not?
It's a fair question. Thanks for picking on me, Kevin.
Sorry.
Yeah, listen, I think one of the things that the committees took very seriously was just that. How much contact time does our staff have with each student? And, you know, it's fair when you start to count numbers of minutes to say more is better. And I think in these scenarios, since the last time we met, and based on some of the feedback that the board gave, based on some of the feedback that we received from both students and parents, we've kind of gone back at that to say, okay, how can we bring to a more equitable level compared to what it is that we're doing, you know, when school's normal, last fall, for example. Now, I think when you're talking about 30 minutes, I don't have a concern for teachers to be able to manage that small of a time. I think it's something that through planning, through working in content teams, again, really focusing on those things that are essential. You know, a teacher might say, look, there's something that I used to do in this class that was kind of a pet project of mine, or something that has been just an area of interest that I might have to cut out on this one. But those essential learning objectives and standards, I have no doubt that they can get through those, and you know, decreasing by that many minutes, yeah, doesn't concern me to a great extent.
All right, appreciate it, John. Thank you.
Yeah.
And let me chime in here.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
So I watched the Stevenson meeting, and they're going to do 5 days a week of instruction as opposed to a block every other day rotation. And their classes are going to be 37 minutes long. This schedule actually provides more time in it than their current model. And just from a teacher's perspective, I love the block for many of the reasons that have been discussed tonight, because it allows you that opportunity to do developed lessons. And you're you're not losing anything because you're actually in class a minute longer than you would be if you had gone 2 days of instruction at 37 minutes. So I like this one. The 8-period day, though, you only have 5 minutes between each one of those classes. That might turn out to be a tiring day for people. So, but I just thought I'd let you know, for the parents, that there were a lot of parents that said, do what Stevenson did. Give us 5 days of synchronous instruction. I like this more.
If I could say one more thing about the minutes, you know, we compare it to the minutes of in-person learning. So let's presume that we go to kind of a normal day with adaptations. And so students walk through their daily 8-period schedule. They have, let's say, 45 minutes of instruction, and we tend to just count all 45 minutes of those because those students are in the classroom. I think what's fair to say, in this day and age with these adaptations, there's going to be probably 5 minutes at the front, 5 minutes at the back, full of cleaning, full of trying to prepare classrooms and materials, equipment, I think, Don, of those science classrooms, and some of the precautions that are going to need to be put in place. So I think it's pretty fair to say that the in-person impact on the number of minutes contact where you're actually learning are hit pretty hard as well. But we tend not to try to compare those because students will be in the presence of the adults. But I think that's a significant issue as well.
Yeah, very good point, John.
I just was going to add earlier too to Kevin's question that we have had numerous teachers talk about how they would provide the essential learning for their course in this condensed manner, that they felt it was possible. They had ideas of how they would do it, and they've contributed to our conversations about how they would do just that. So to John's point and to Tom's point, our teachers understand the importance of teaching their curriculum. They understand how to alter their instructional delivery model to make it happen and how to define what's essential. So, you know, I trust in their ability to take the time that's allotted here, especially the extended time, and to deliver a very meaningful curriculum at that time.
If I could add one more thing, then it might be tempting to say, well, then isn't extended eSchool just full-time streaming? Like, aren't we then just streaming the curriculum to the kids because you have a teacher who is digitally interacting with the students, and isn't that streaming? I guess I would make a couple points. One, Zoom and this kind of format where we can see pictures of each other and talk back and forth is not the same as streaming. Furthermore, when a teacher, so let's presume that we're going to do streaming, and so you have, as a teacher, some students in front of you, and because of the safety precautions, you must wear a mask. So now you're asking a teacher who's wearing a mask, well, you're asking students to be watching in a streaming situation a student or a teacher who's wearing a mask, and just consider the difficulty of trying to pick up everything from nonverbals to kind of the nuances that happen in a live classroom when a teacher is wearing a mask in that kind of a hybrid streaming situation. Whereas in an extended eSchool situation, that teacher now is no longer in front of students, and so can deliver that lesson as he or she would as if there were no health and safety adaptations. Students can see the teacher's face, the facial expressions, the nonverbals. You talked to Kelly Hartwig about what some of the special ed students or students with impairments need in terms of seeing a teacher and that teacher's face. That can't happen when you're streaming a video in a hybrid situation where that teacher is in front of students in a live format. So I just wanted to add that in there too.
Good point, John.
Okay, any other questions or comments at this point? Okay, thanks everyone on the team. And
just real quick,
sure.
But the students would also see each other, at least when the teacher wasn't using like something like this where they're putting up a graph or something, or is that not the case?
So you're talking about, if you're talking about e-school?
E-school, yes.
Yes, for sure. Students would
So
be able
they're
to,
in a
much
class.
yeah, much like we're doing now when we're not in present mode, we'd be seeing each other and interacting in what, as we've come to learn is a fairly live and fluid situation.
So the kids would see each other's faces. They would see who their new classmates are. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I have one question. This is Casey again. If the teacher opted to teach from their classroom, say it was a science situation, they wanted to show the students a lab, would that be possible in this scenario?
Yes,
Sure.
teachers will have access to their classroom.
Sure.
Okay,
Great question.
And if there is a group breakout session in a Zoom session, does the teacher have the ability to drop in and drop out and check on all the groups or answer questions or get things moving if things are not going in the right direction? They won't be there, but they can still moderate what's going on during that in-class session.
Yes, teachers can move from one breakout session to another.
It seems like this model really takes a little of the being in front of a screen all day pressure off. I mean, I know the periods are longer, but there's bigger breaks, and it seems as though that synchronous / asynchronous can be happening within one class period, but still all together. So you're not just watching a teacher for an hour and 15 minutes. It just seems like that is a nice, I mean, obviously that's not true on the 8 period day, especially, but for those other days, it seems like it gives some nice just break from sitting in front of a screen.
Yeah, Karen, as others have mentioned, we want to emphasize too that teachers really have the ability to determine during this window of time what the nature of that meeting is, what they're doing with students during that time, whether it's direct instruction, whether it's student application of work that is teacher supported. That really is within a teacher's discretion to determine what the nature of that hour and 15 minutes looks like, and how the same kind of learning strategies that you would do in an in-person setting can be applied to an e-school setting. And we, again, I just like to emphasize, we've heard from teachers who have many ideas of how to do that, and we have instructional coaches at both schools who are working with teachers to make, if we have to have any kind of e-school in the coming year, a very different experience from what happened in the spring.
But Karen, you're exactly right. I mean, the block schedule, really, there should be no more than about a 2.5 hour block where they have to go constantly at the screen before there's a reasonable break.
Well, and the truth is we're going to have to use this or some e-school model throughout the year, because even if we were to return normal with adaptations, there would be students who either could not attend or would be quarantined and would have to have access to learning for time during that quarantine. So making this model as I think engaging as it seems to be is going to be relevant for the entire year, regardless of which scenario we start the year with.
That was exactly the plan, Lisa, of all the teaching and learning team that developed guidance for eSchool, understanding that it had to be nimble enough to move from scenario to scenario, and trying to ensure that the guidelines that were developed fit any given scenario for working with students virtually.
And to ask one more question that I think I know the answer to anyway, but just because it was raised with the hybrid schedule for this extended eSchool schedule, attendance is taken for every class period, every day that they're assigned a class.
Yes. So synchronous meetings occur in every scheduled class period. Attendance is taken for each class period by the teacher, as would be in a normal in-person setting.
Prentice, it's Casey again. Now that we've seen these 3 options, would you be so kind as to just kind of give us an update of the status of other school districts and what some of their reopening plans might look like, or the ones that have decided?
Well, sure, Casey, thanks for that question. And actually, Brian Kelly's been tracking that through his NWPA personnel group. But certainly, let me start with the one that's right next door, and that's Stevenson. You're all aware that Stevenson made a decision this week to go to remote per the schedule that we've really talked about tonight. And then I'll let Brian update you on other districts in the area and where they're at right now. Great question.
So some of the schools in the area that have already declared that they're going to be going remote, the Glenbrook school districts, so Glenbrook North and South, Evanston, Niles Township, so Niles West and Niles North. Warren has decided to start the school year in remote. Stevenson, Grays Lake, so Grays Lake North and Grays Lake Central, and Zion Benton also has decided to start the school year in remote. Some of those schools that are still kind of working through, they're very same process that we're working through right now, and we'll be working with their school boards. Mundelein, Lake Forest, New Trier, and then Highland Park and Deerfield. So they're very similar situations as us.
That help, Casey?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Right. Any other questions on this right now? And again, we can certainly answer questions as we move toward the end of the presentation. So extended e-school, then we want to do our analysis of that as well. The advantages significantly mitigates the risk for COVID-19 spread, obviously, because we have very limited numbers of people in the building. Provides scheduled meetings with teachers each class period with required student attendance. Ensures consistency in facilitating teaching and learning with a common platform, Google Classroom. Maintains teacher assessment, grading, and reporting practices with consistent expectations. Schedules all students together in each class period, and allows for greatest flexibility for students and staff for whom in-person learning is impossible. Disadvantages: limits in-person collaboration and experiential learning experiences. Limits social emotional support for students. Magnifies concerns for disengaged learners and at-risk students. Increases potential for student isolation and anxiety. Requires revision of instructional delivery models. Increases student screen time, and creates opportunity for lack of supervision and support at home. So that is our consensus analysis on the e-school model.
Prentice, can I ask one more question about the e-school model?
Sure, Katie.
And I won't look for a commitment on this. I just kind of want to bring it up. I do have concerns about maintaining kids' mental health in a virtual learning environment like this.
Certainly.
Finding ways to keep them from feeling disconnected. Are there ways that we can bring them together for extracurriculars in a safely social distanced manner, since those generally involve a much smaller group of students? Is that something we're willing to
look at? The answer is yes. And we're going to talk about that in a couple slides. So that was a great.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
No, that was a great pre-question. But the answer to your question is yes. So everybody hears that.
That was not a plant, by the way.
No, it would have been great if it was, but we can only wish we were that good, right?
Yeah.
So for sure. Yeah.
Just on that same note, though, I'm reminding myself that we are in phase 4 in the state of Illinois, whereas when we were in our spring learning, everyone was quarantining at home, stay at home, stay at home, stay at home. So we've already seen throughout the summer that there is more interaction between everyone. So it is looking differently. I mean, I'm not trying to minimize at all that those are real concerns and things that we should definitely be looking at. But it is a bit different in that there's room for a little broader interaction in places that aren't actually in a school building.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Karen. We were in a lockdown, stay at home in the spring, and now we're in if you're going to socialize very carefully mode, but it is at least different. So very good point.
Yes, and we'll, I think, touch on that and address that in a couple slides. So those are all really great points. Okay, so as we roll forward, so what would a calendar look like to start the school year? And so we've been working on a calendar and we have a recommendation for the board that we've talked with the board negotiating team. We've also talked about with the union, and we think it works. We all agree that it's a really workable schedule. So we're going to call on Rita again just to kind of walk us through the schedule, the changes, the color codes, so people can understand this. So Rita, you ready to go again?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say thank you for everyone who's contributed ideas to the updates to this calendar. Generally, we have a calendar committee that comes together and proposes the calendar, and that's what happened for the 2021 calendar. Given the changes that the COVID pandemic necessitated and the discussions over the summer, that committee didn't convene again, but that doesn't mean we didn't have a lot of voices helping us to suggest these revisions, including voices from the teachers union. So the changes that you'll see that we'll propose and present for adoption to the board at Monday's regular meeting are that the school year will look a little bit different for teachers. The school year for teachers will begin on August 10th with 3 days of institute and 2 more days of planning, followed by another week of professional learning. So from August 10th through 21st, teachers will have scheduled and structured time where they are collaborating professionally to both vertically align curriculum, horizontally align curriculum, address the concerns of any learning loss and adjustments to curriculum that will have to take place during the spring, working with their peers to develop their essential curriculum and to design instructional delivery models for whatever scenario the board might approve. So this professional learning is necessitated given any scenario that the board might choose tonight. I want to emphasize that because our teachers really need time to think about what curriculum, instruction, and assessment looks like in the year after an emergency shutdown with potential e-school at any point in the year. So the calendar provides 2 weeks of upfront professional learning for teachers, and it shifts the first day of student attendance to August 24th. Other changes have been made to accommodate that shift, including the first semester ending on January 13th. This is a one-time only change to push the end of semester after winter break. We worked hard to have final exams scheduled before winter break in previous years, and we know that the community supports that. We've also made some changes regarding final exams during this first semester of return to school. And that is that teaching teams would make some decisions about what the final culminating experience would look like in their class, but we wouldn't have scheduled final exam days. We would follow our regular student attendance days through the end of first semester, with teaching teams making determinations about culminating exams. The school year then would end for students on June 4th, and you'll see that there are final exams scheduled, final exam days scheduled in June at the end of the second semester. That is something that is still TBD to see how the year goes and what happens with any kind of final exam or culminating experience. So the big shift is that students start on August 24th and end on June 3rd, and that we've really dedicated concentrated 2 weeks of professional learning and preparation for our teachers, given any scenario that we might face, where we'd be able to address health and safety protocols, as well as planning for a different kind of instruction at potentially any time of the year.
And Rita, just to clarify for the public though, on the final exams, we're not canceling final exams per se, but we are giving teachers some discretion if they have an alternate culminating project or paper or something like that that they might use in lieu of a final exam. Nobody should walk away and say we canceled final exams.
We
Correct.
canceled the final exam schedule, but not the experience of a final or a culminating experience as determined by each teaching team that's appropriate for the students and their curriculum.
Which to be clear was kind of a discussion we've been having anyway, regardless of this whole COVID situation.
Yeah.
Correct.
Graduation?
And graduation remains on Thursday, May 27th. So for both schools. So in this case, there would be students would be ending a little bit, senior students would be graduating and ending a little bit earlier than the rest of the school.
And they would not, clearly not have final exams.
They would not return after May 27th. They would graduate and not return after May 27th. Then we would develop alternate plans for seniors who might require some kind of final.
And Karen, that's still somewhat common in a number of schools where seniors get out a week or 2 weeks early before the end of the year. So that's not even really abnormal in the world of high school. Okay, any other questions right now? Okay, before we move on to athletics and fine arts and extracurriculars, I do want to take a minute, and Pat, you can certainly comment on this as well. In all the communication that we've put out up until the last couple of weeks, almost weekly for the course of this summer, we've always placed in that communication that any changes to working conditions for teachers were subject to impact collective bargaining. And I just want to give a shout out to the union for their professional work with us over the last couple of weeks, particularly under really compact time circumstances, for their professionalism in working with us on the schedule that we previously showed you and the calendar. They've really approached their work, as they always do, very professionally and as partners in this process. I think it's important that the community knows that. The union is made up of the terrific teachers that we have in the district. They're incredible. And the depth and wisdom they bring to the discussions that we've had to this point have really been meaningful and have really helped us arrive at, the schedule we showed you earlier in the calendar here. Should we go to a hybrid schedule or remote learning? So I just want to make sure that the public hears that, because that's work that goes on behind the scenes, that has to go on behind the scenes, that can be really challenging and difficult. And our union is always very professional to work with, and always works with us to look at the big picture. So Pat, I don't know if you want to comment on that at all, but I thought it was important to say that for people.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think it's very important for people to understand that, we are working very closely with our teachers for a number of reasons. One is to make sure whatever option we have going forward, that we can feel confident that we can deliver the curricula that really is expected of District 128. Second, they've been very good about sharing with us their concerns, and I would say the vast majority of their concerns are focused on their abilities to teach our students and deliver the curricula, as well as the obvious concerns on safety and those things. But the tone of those discussions, frankly, is very inspiring, to say the least. There's, I think, 6 people on the negotiating side for the union, and honestly, to hear them just try to work through all of the challenges that are in front of us, and to see their commitment to doing whatever it takes to actually live up to the expectations of the community, and frankly, the reputation we have as a district has been very inspiring. So, they're doing a great job. They're going to do a great job. They understand that it's got to be very different than the spring was. They understand that we've got to deliver the kind of education for our kids that they're used to and deserve. And I just can't say enough about the commitment they continue to show in making that happen.
I think they're really looking to have.
They're actually energized.
Yes.
They're anxious. Let's be honest. They're anxious because there's so much to be worked through here. But they're actually, when you look at them and talk to them, they're energized. They want to be able to show we can make this happen.
Ted, those are all good points, Pat. And I think as we make the transition to whatever the opening is going to be, think the last point I would make with the union, so there's no confusion in the community, that in a situation like this, the board and the administration, working together, would make the decision on which opening that we do. So that is not negotiable here. What's required to negotiate is what's called impact bargaining. The impact of that decision on the existing teacher contract and any changes to that. So I don't want anybody walking away saying, the union's making the decision here and they told the board what to do and anything like that, because that's not the way we work with our union. But in practical terms, in a situation like this is the board's decision to make, and then our conversation is on the impact of the decision that the board would make, just to make that distinction. Okay, any other questions or comments?
It's Casey again. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
Kate.
I missed this one. And I know Rita said it. What is the planned graduation date for the class of 2021?
It is Thursday, May 27th.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Hey, Prentice, it's Kevin.
Yeah.
Could you briefly talk a little bit about accountability? Because whatever brave new world we enter into, I think the perception last spring didn't work the best. So what type of accountability and metrics are we going to put in place to make sure we don't have the experience, again, whatever model we go with, that we had last spring? What are you guys doing as an administration to make sure that happens?
Well, sure. In a more even in an e-school environment, we'll have a better opportunity to put that normal accountability in place, which would roll down from us to Tom and John to their assistant principals, the department supervisors who are the direct supervisors of the teachers on a daily basis. So putting systems in place, Kevin, that would echo or more normally be what we do with our teachers moving forward. There's also the opportunity to collect some feedback along the way, which I believe we'll have some joint conversations with the teachers about, and I think they are very receptive to. We'll work with them on that along the way. So I think more of our normal systems will be in place because we're not in crisis as we turned that page last year, and we had those specific, I like to call them handcuffs, put them on us by the state. Very limited accountability. Students already had a grade. Teachers really not able to push ahead with new material, a number of those things. So whatever model that we end up with, we will be in a more normal check and balance system along the way.
All right. So again, what I hear you saying is we're not going to wait 60, 90, 120 days to figure out what's really good and what we need to tweak. We're going to be on top of that, right?
I'd say, and I'll speak for myself as a superintendent, I think that's an accurate statement. Rita and Tom and John can certainly weigh into that as well. Tom or John or Rita, you have any comments?
I would say one of the key differences is that it would allow us to respond more effectively is that the guidance that we were under last spring really tied the hands of many of the ways in which we would keep students accountable and keep them engaged. So, that guidance no longer prevails. That what we're doing in the coming year is going to be based on how we do things in 128, not how we respond to an emergency situation. So, yes, exactly as Prentice described, we can work directly to, with our colleagues to make sure that things are working in the way that we always have, but we're also not subject to guidance that required us to do no harm with grades that, had grades that remained stable through the end of the year. The situation is very different this year, and we're instituting some changes that would impact any one of the scenarios regarding expectations for grading for consistency of Google platform use in any kind of e-school situation. So again, in addition to kind of monitoring whether things are going well, we believe they'll go better in any scenario from the beginning because we're not hamstrung by some of the situations that were really necessary during an emergency but aren't necessary now.
I agree with all of that. Plus, the other thing I would say is our teachers and our staff, they hold themselves to such high levels of excellence that now when we're starting to move and we put whatever model in place, if there are things that are wrong with it, they're going to be bringing that to me or to John, to their department supervisors, and they're going to be, kind of telling us what's not working and asking us to take steps to address it and to fix it. So we get not only accountability for our teachers to deliver the plan as we create, they hold us accountable to give them the conditions and to adapt those conditions if what our initial plans are not yielding the supports and the results that they need.
Kevin, does that help?
Yeah, no, I think that's good. Again, it's uncharted waters. I just want to make sure we're not, again, and I think we also need to be very clear with whatever decision is made. This isn't necessarily a decision for the whole year. This is a decision. Correct. This is a decision for this point in time and things of that nature. But again, I think it's just real important that we make sure we don't let things permeate too long before we fix it if things happen. So thanks.
Okay, good. All right. Let me do one other short shout out here before we move forward. And I think the community also needs to know that the board has told us administratively, and as we work with the teachers, whatever support that we need collectively for our teachers to be successful in through all three of these options, because there are scenarios where we could literally be in all three of these options over the course of the school year. The board has told us that we will have what we need to support the teachers for them to be successful working with the kids. So I also want the community to hear that, because a really effective and a good school board has been a huge part of our journey over the last few years to taking this district to the levels that it's been. And we appreciate that, and the teachers appreciate that, but we also appreciate that administratively. And we'll be reporting out during the year as part of that. So thanks to the board. Okay, we're going to move on to the next slide in the interest of time. So the next slide is athletics, fine arts, and extracurriculars. And Tom and John, I'm going to ask you to walk us through this, okay?
Great, thanks, Prentice. As we've kind of already established, because of the fact that we're in the governor's phase 4, we do have some flexibility and some opportunities to engage with our students in many of the ways that they have found so meaningful over the years. Now, you look at what is defined excellence in D128, it is certainly how we excel in the classroom and in the studies, but also in some of these other areas of student choice that we have kind of come to know and appreciate. But we're grateful that in any of these scenarios, any of the 3 learning scenarios, we still have opportunity to get kids involved with and in tune with athletics, fine performing arts, and extracurriculars. So Tom and I just briefly mentioned, as many of you know, on the athletic side, we currently have athletic camps that are in progress. And the IHSA, along with the health department and the school board, have worked together to define parameters that keep our kids and our coaches healthy and safe. We are under the assumption that they'll continue to work as a unit, those groups, to develop guidelines for the fall and beyond relative to participation in IHSA athletics. We're anticipating that sports will continue at some level. We understand that there are certain sports that meet kind of a minimal contact threshold that might have an easier time kind of being fully incorporated in its season, and others that will struggle in that regard, but we're still waiting for guidance on that. In the end, I think it's important to know, like I said, that in all of these scenarios, athletic programs will continue, and they will follow kind of the guidelines for health and safety procedures, and we're hopeful that participation and the excellence can continue in that realm. Tom, I'm going to talk about fine arts.
Yeah, we, for as much as we think about, supporting our academic program and our athletic programs, we know that our district staff, our community, we have tremendous value of the fine arts and all that they bring our students and our community. And so fine arts, you have to remember, are sort of divided into two groups. There's the in-school curricular portion, the classes that students take, and then there's the extracurricular outside of school portions of fine arts. And so at this time, of what scenario we determine we will open in, all of our based fine arts classes and programs will continue. Now, certainly depending on the scenario we're in and depending on the state health guidelines, we'll have to make adaptations to them, but they all will continue. And students will have those classes, whether we're in remote learning or whether we're in normal learning with adaptations. In terms of extracurricular fine arts and performances, we have not canceled anything at this time, but certainly we will have to evaluate all of them on an individual kind of case-by-case basis to determine if they are possible and what modifications would be necessary for them to operate. So certainly things like marching band, things like some of the plays or the musicals that we cherish, those experiences would be evaluated, and we would be operating with the hope and the goal of trying to run them in some way, shape, or form, but obviously perhaps needing to make significant modifications, or if the last resort would be cancellation because we couldn't do them under proper health and safety guidelines. For extracurricular clubs, right now, no matter what scenario we're in, we believe we will continue to offer and run our extracurricular clubs. Students can either meet virtually for their clubs or in person, depending on what scenario we are in, as long as we don't violate any of the health and safety guidelines for in-person meetings. And then there are sometimes competitions with clubs. There are sometimes events with clubs. So those will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. A lot of them are dependent on outside organizations, and those outside organizations may cancel the events. The individual sponsors will work with our activity directors and with the student leaders of the clubs to determine exactly when the clubs will meet, what events they'll participate in, and what adaptations they'll need to make in order to continue to operate. I think what's important for you as a board to understand and our community, as John said, I want to reiterate that no matter what scenario we're in, we know how important it is for students to have social connections, and we believe that the athletics, the fine arts, and the extracurriculars are one of those, or those vehicles for making those social connections. And so those, because we're not stage 1 or 2, like of the governor's plan where we were last spring when we had to cancel all of that, stage 4 allows us to operate in in-person scenarios with health and safety parameters in place.
Okay.
I have a
If we're in a
question.
hybrid model, and you have a club meeting on any given day, say it's a Tuesday that guitar club's going to get together, what do we do with the kids that are off campus at that time?
So the initial conversations are that our Dan Stanley and our district transportation team is seeking to determine if it would be possible for us to provide bus transportation to bring students to school to participate in after-school activities. So if you were on an off day, if it was if you were an A student and it was a B day for on-site, the buses would theoretically run We would attempt to run them to bring students to school, to campus for sports and after school events. That is certainly dependent upon bus availability and transportation availability. And I don't know if Dan or anybody else will elaborate on that, but that would be the goal. Even if bus transportation wasn't available, students would be able to return to campus on their own after school to participate in those activities, even if we're unable to provide transportation to do that.
Other questions right now? Comments? Okay, Casey, does that help you?
Yeah, yes, it does. I appreciate it. Like I said, I would like to see a way for the kids to be able to interact socially and, my concern with their mental health and their need to be socialized with their peers, this at least allows us to answer some of that and gives them that option.
I agree with that concern wholeheartedly. To take it one step further, I'm wondering for students that receive small group social worker services or any type of one-on-one meetings that would be required, even just with an advisor. Since these activities are able to take place, I'm assuming that those also will be able to take place because the mental health aspect is as much as a concern as the very real social emotional learning component. So I'm pleased to see that if these things can take place, those services can be delivered as well.
Sure. And there's one other piece here that we haven't specifically touched on tonight, but I know the board has, and we obviously have a great interest in, is some of our students that have special needs as well. Kelly, do you want to touch base? Kelly Hartwig's our rock star director of special education, and Kelly does terrific work here. Kelly, you want to touch base a little bit on how we might articulate services and just kind of some of our thinking maybe down the line about being able to bring smaller groups of students into into the facility so we can work with them.
Sure. I'm always very appreciative when I get to see you, all of you on the board, because you always think about and you always have an inclusive mindset. And, special education for other vulnerable populations can be easy to lose in the chaos of this larger thinking. So thank you for that. As far as addressing special service needs, I think that it's important to realize that, we really need to consider, I believe in the guidance we talked about vulnerable populations at some point. And we really need to consider what is that vulnerability and how do we address it in a prescriptive manner. And in a pandemic, we have learned that sometimes you can do that in a remote manner rather easily. Sometimes remote manner makes that a much more difficult process. And so we are definitely looking at, as a leadership team in special services, ways to have a thoughtful and a steady rollout of bringing students to address their instructional and related service needs through special services as we come back. And so we are very much looking forward to identifying what our starting place will be. Obviously, if we start in full e-school or in hybrid, we just have to kind of reshuffle our cards and look at how we might be able to provide our services to students. Some students may prefer to continue to have those services in a remote manner because it makes them feel safer, from a preventative mindset. Some students, some services may be better delivered coming in. Physical therapy or occupational therapy are an easy one to come to mind in that regard. So once we know where tonight takes us, I'll be better able to answer how we will provide those services. But I do want you to know There are lots of ideas spinning out there, and we are very much looking forward to beginning to pull that plan, the details, I should say, together more thoroughly, and then reaching out to our families and supporting those needs.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. And what Kelly has talked about is really the linchpin of a broader conversation that we have started administratively. A group of our team members have already done some deeper thinking about ways that we can bring smaller groups of students into the building for different things, and serving our students with special needs is really at the heart and soul of that. So, well, as Kelly said, we're really looking forward to continuing that conversation, and we'll continue to update the board on that as that conversation develops. So, okay, any other questions on that right now?
So,
okay, we're going to move to the last slide. And on all of virtually all the slides next year, you've seen a logo that says District 128 Next or D128 Next. And perhaps you've asked yourself, that looks different than logo that supports our mission statement, right? It goes with our mission statement. And that is true. And so I've asked Mary Todrick. Mary has been chairing and facilitating our communication task force. Casey also sits on that task force as Casey, who's also a board member, Casey community member, who's also a board member. And I asked Mary if she would just talk for a few minutes about D128 Next and what that symbolism is and what it means, because you're going to see a lot over the next few weeks. So, Mary?
Thanks, Prentice. Yes, the Communications Task Force and I have been anxiously sitting on this logo, just waiting to, excuse me, do our soft launch of it, and now we are. As you can tell, the new logo, D128 Next, is a takeoff of the current District 128 logo, but it's a little refreshed, a little different, and that's kind of how the next school year is going to be in whatever plan that we adopt. So you will see D128 Next on everything that we do that's related to the opening of school, and not just the opening of school, but everything that's next, everything that takes us through the next year. And as long as the situation lasts, there will be a D128 Next website, and that will be our communication hub for everything regarding the start of the school year. You'll see the logo on everything related to that. So we look forward to having a bigger launch of it once we know what our plan is.
Thanks, Mary. Casey, you want to make a comment? Don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, we had, community members, Joybox, some great parents in the community who've really helped us communicate the message, teachers, yourself, and Mary working on this, so that once we do have a decision tonight, we can move forward with communicating it to the community. I know people have experienced some frustration with the lag time per se on this decision, but trying to gather all of the data and come up with a solid plan is way too important to have rushed that decision. So I look forward to using this logo to help us get that message out into the community once we make our decision tonight.
And if I could also give a shout out to Heather Chen, who was the local graphic artist who designed that for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay, thanks, Mary, and thanks, Casey. So on the last slide tonight, so communication on adopted school scenario will be shared with, obviously, the D128 staff, our students and parents and community. And as Mary mentioned, all the information related to the opening of the school will be posted on the D128 Next communication hub. So this will come out in some waves. Certainly tomorrow we want to make sure that the people that were not able to join us tonight, that already don't know what the decision is, know the decision. They know what a calendar might look like. They know what the schedule might look like if it is not normal with adaptations. And so we would want to get that information out, and then there would be, you know, a number of other things that will be following up. Will be posted on the website, information coming from the district, as well as more specific information coming from Tom and John in the buildings, as you know, we get ready to turn the corner and open school. Okay, so Pat, with that said, I just as a quick review. Our task tonight was to do an analysis of the 3 options for the board, to incorporate some of the feedback and the conversation we had in our July 13th meeting. Also to spend some additional time talking about eSchool and what that would look like as a component of hybrid or as a standalone part of the option, to touch base on some of the other very important kind of attached and related things like athletics and fine arts and student activities. So that was our goal tonight, and we've worked through our presentation right now. And at this point, Pat, you may turn to us all again at some point. We can do some comments on the opening options, but at this point, we've concluded our presentation for you this evening.
Okay. All right. So let me just explain what we want to do the rest of the evening here. I'm going to ask everybody on the district leadership team to make some final comments on all the scenarios. I just want to give everybody one more chance to give us any information you want the board to consider as we make this decision. Once that's done, we're going to proceed to vote on the various options until we get a scenario that we can ultimately approve. Okay. So I don't know how long that's going to take, but I'd actually like to propose a very, very, very brief 5-minute break, unless you guys don't need it. But we've been sitting still for almost 3.5 hours. But we do have almost 1,000 people still online. So I think we can afford a 5-minute break and then come back energized and ready to hit this and finish it up. Any objections to that? Okay. All right, 5 minutes. According to my watch, it is 9:28. Let's call it 7 minutes, 9:35.
Okay.
Okay. All right. See you at 9:35.
One to go. Pat, we're just waiting for Jim, I think, right?
Sorry, I'm sitting here. Forgot to
There he is.
unmute my camera.
Okay. Do we have everybody, or are we still missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got all the board members. You got all of your people? Thanks. Looks like it. It looks like Mick is still missing. Is Mick not joining for this part?
Maybe not, Pat.
Okay, right. Okay. All right, so let's go. Okay. First of all, great presentation. Thank you for all the hard work that has gone into that. And thank you for the many, many, many hours you guys have all spent collectively working with the community members and other people to put together the various options we've had. I know we've done a lot of rework to those options. I do believe they've all gotten collectively better. And I just want to say my heartfelt thanks to everybody, because I know how difficult it has been to do that. So I'm really interested in sort of, now you've seen it all, we've seen it all. At the end of the day, what do you think? And so I'm going to ask each of you individually to give us some closing comments. I'm going to start with Mr. Gilliam. There he is.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Appreciate the opportunity. I'll tell you what, when I look at these scenarios, I guess the first thing I'd say is I'm excited that to the varying degrees, each of the scenarios bring students back, which is great. And I'm confident that whichever way the board leans tonight, Vernon Hills will do its best to implement the thoughtful plan. But as these planning weeks have unfolded, kind of like you just said, there are a few things that have shaped maybe where I'm landing tonight. First, as we've said tonight, while we can do our best in all these scenarios, when we get 800 to 1,600 students in the building, it will be extremely difficult to consistently follow the health department's guidelines on PPE, on facility limitations, on social distancing. And I think we all admit that. And as such, we've heard an increased voice of our stakeholders, parents and students who say they're fearful of personally getting sick or spreading the illness to loved ones. I think it's also important for me to recognize a number of teachers, staff members who have expressed similar current concerns to me or to the board about returning. And for some reason, I sense they tend to get kind of beat up for that. But these are the same people who I respect and admire, who love our kids, who find immense satisfaction in teaching them, and they want to be here. They want to be in front of their learners. And I don't question their commitment to the district, and I recognize their concerns as we don't have great answers to some of their health and safety questions. Next, as we've all said, at some point, students and or adults are going to contract this virus. Maybe in small numbers, maybe in large, maybe at school, maybe elsewhere, but either way, the guidelines relative to like mandatory quarantine periods, space shutdowns, contact tracing is what keeps many of us up at night. Implementing these kinds of health procedures will be extremely disruptive to the educational environment as it sits here at school. And finally, maybe the last thing I'd say is, as we discuss a decision that hasn't been made, but we've talked about creating a system for distant learning or even distant teaching for teachers that can't come back. It sounds wise and accommodating, but to me, it's the devil's in those details. With choice, as we've been modeling it here at Vernon Hills and my colleagues in other districts have found, it becomes practically impossible to create a model and staff it effectively and efficiently. I fear that we'd be stretched in a way that would make it impossible to create really an excellent educational environment for any significant percent of our learners. So I guess while my greatest desire is to start school with half or more of our students in our classrooms, I just cannot get there. And I guess at this point where I land is to start the school in an extended e-school setting that would be flexible enough to kind of strategically invite small groups of students to enter the building with full safety precautions at our disposal.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John. Tom.
Well, I echo many of the things that John said. In particular, you know, I think one of the worst days of my professional career, and I can say one of the worst days of our many teachers at Libertyville's professional career, and I know one of the worst days for our students was March 13th of last year, which was when John and I had to go on the intercom and say that, you know, we weren't coming back to school on Monday, and that we didn't know when we were going to be coming back. And since that time, I know every single student, parent, and staff member, including myself, has been just trying to get back. What can we do to get back to school? And so many of us have been spending the summer working on that. And I just, a group that we haven't thanked directly, we've thanked them abstractly tonight, but our student board reps have been in on many of these planning meetings all summer long, spending hours and hours of their time on these Zoom meetings with all these adults who they don't really know, who are talking about all kinds of stuff. And it's been completely clear from them of their desire to get back with their friends and their desire to try to get back to the schools they love. And we're doing everything we can to try to deliver that. But for me, it just comes down to right now, there is no place in our society where anyone would say it's wise or advisable to bring 1,000 people together indoors in a building that is designed for close social interaction for 8 to 10 hours at a time. There are many parents who get outraged on Facebook and Twitter when they see a group of teenagers in a park, a group of 10, 20 kids in a park close together. The mayors of their cities are shaming people. You see street parties of 20 to 50 people. And we're talking about bringing 1,000 in a hybrid model and 1,900 in a regular school model. And to deliver the high standards of health and safety that I'm obligated to deliver and that our community expects, I can't ignore and dismiss that some students are going to get sick. And I can't ignore and dismiss that some staff are going to get sick. That is real. And that I don't believe, you know, I look at the data and I know that it is highly unlikely for our students to die from this disease, and thank God at that. But what is very likely is they're going to get it, and they're going to spread it, and they're going to be spreading it to our teachers and our staff. They're going to be spreading it to their parents and their family members. And once that starts, once we get it, the way that that spreads through the school, the way that that creates these rolling waves of quarantine that are going to have to happen. And that won't just affect our students. That would affect our teachers. It would affect the parents. Like, I don't know how many parents can necessarily say, I can miss 2 weeks of work. Or I have the luxury to work from home if I have to quarantine. And we're putting, you know, if we go to an on-site model, we're asking them to send their kids to us with the belief that we're going to keep everybody healthy and safe. And I'm struggling to understand precisely how that happens. The hybrid model for me and the back to school with adaptations falls apart the minute the infection hits. And everything I've seen is that it will hit us. So with that, you know, I I think the best recommendation at this time, unfortunately, is to start remote. And like John said, to think about the ways that we can begin almost immediately to bring small groups of students in, not just our special service students, but other students who need and value support, how we can make connections with some of our staff right away would be a challenge that I would want to take on. And, you know, I know John and I feel like we want to say to our students that we miss you so much and that we want nothing more than to be with you at the start of the year. And we're very, we're just down that we're not able to say to you in good faith that we can bring you back at this time. And so with that, I want to assure you as a board that if that's the decision you make, you're not bringing us back to last spring. You would be challenging us to be daring and to launch forward to a e-school model that truly reflects the best of what our staff can do to provide high quality education experiences and high quality social experiences for students while maintaining the highest standards of health and safety. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. Dan?
You know, one of my roles as assistant super finance in the district is to help steward faithfully the resources of this community. And so, you know, you majorly think of that as finances, and hopefully anybody that knows and has worked with these knows that I take that very seriously. And so I'm thinking of our 35,000 residents and how we care for them. Also part of my role is, and a resource that we have is our human resources. And so I see there's a lot of people still on this meeting. And if you are somebody that works here, I want you to know that, like, I'm thinking of you right now. And I take that very seriously to make sure that we have the resources available to do what you need to do, to provide the resources you need, to make sure that you have good benefits, to make sure all that stuff works out, right? So those are things I take very seriously. The other thing that I help the district with a lot of times is risk mitigation. So that's risk of loss. I try to help make sure we don't lose the money, the resources that we're entrusted to. And that also for me falls into the task of not losing our staff or jeopardizing that. So, you know, those are kind of a lot of the direction of what my job is on a day-to-day basis. And so with all of that, what I would say is I am not comfortable bringing 2,000 people into our buildings. I am also not comfortable bringing 1,000 people into our buildings. So where I would land is a remote environment to start the year.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Kelly?
Pat, I think that I never went into this field thinking that I would be advocating to keep kids out of buildings or out of schools. But at this point, that is where I stand. And for all of the reasons that have been mentioned before me, the health and safety concern is just above and beyond any hope or dream that I think that we want to play out. That said, what gives me comfort in recommending that we start off an extended e-school to you is the fact that we have over 40 of our special services staff participating with me next week in full day seminars on providing distance learning, monitoring those supports, monitoring progress and intervention for students with special needs of their own time and willingness. I had got contacted today by one of our special services teachers saying, you know, if we are remote, what can we do for the kids who really struggled in the spring? Could we possibly bring them back? I've been contacted by related service providers asking, you know, can we have some space at the district office if we are remote or hybrid? Maybe our kids who are immune compromised and need therapies can come in and meet with us in a more sterile or less, you know, less trafficked environment, like a conference room at the district. So what gives me hope for success in an extended e-learning scenario is better chances of safety for our students and staff and their families, but also knowing that our special services teams are already thinking nimbly, adaptively, and flexibly to the needs of our kids, and to begin to get them back again in a prescriptive way to address their needs as soon as we can.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Bryant.
Thanks, Pat. So just a few thoughts from me. You know, if we do decide to go back to, you know, school in a hybrid or, you know, all person in school option, you know, as John mentioned, you know, we're going to have issues with, you know, staffing with our teachers due to, you know, their personal medical issues, due to any of the quarantine issues that pop up. So just trying to staff our classes and teach our classes, you know, in a seamless manner is going to be difficult. And then if we do have to find substitute teachers, that's going to be rather difficult too, bringing substitute teachers in. And then you're dealing with the same situation with them. They may have medical issues or they may have to get quarantined. So finding subs for the sub is kind of the next step. You know, one of the things that I think the state and the health officials have told us and told schools is to be ready to pivot to remote learning at some point. I don't know if you've heard that word, but they said, you know, be ready to pivot. That pivot could be one day. It could be one day you go into, you know, school and you have to pivot. It could be a week, it could be 2 weeks. Nobody knows. I kind of look at it as, why aren't we trying to pivot the other way? Start in remote, work on some things, and then try to pivot to getting more people back into the building rather than, you know, do all this. You could be in hybrid for a day and pivot right out into remote, just the way, you know, kind of things are going right now, you know, in our environment. And I think my last thought, you know, as an educator, I've been in education for 20 years, started as a teacher. You know, I always felt I had an obligation for the health and safety of my students in the classroom. In this role as the associate superintendent, you know, I have an obligation and responsibility for the health and safety of our students, our staff, and our community. And I just don't feel that comfortable putting everyone back into the schools, and just don't feel comfortable putting, you know, people in an environment that is that risky at this point. So I feel comfortable moving to, you know, a extended e-school, fully remote environment. I know that, and I trust that we are going to do some good things, you know, with, you know, our proposal and going to that type of, you know, school scenario.
Okay, thanks, Bryant. Mary?
Well, I can say that all of the members of our teams that have met this summer and have studied this issue inside and out, they have embraced every possible angle of our daring mission possible. I mean, we have really studied this issue, and that includes taking in a lot of input from our community, our parents, our students, our staff. I get to be the filter on a lot of that where it comes in, so I'm reading all of it. And, you know, I hear the passion, I read the passion of everyone and how they feel about not coming back or coming back. And I don't think any of us, I know none of us are in this profession, and we don't want kids to come back. We want to see our colleagues, we want to see the kids, but I just think that as the communications director, I really would not want to see us rush back and have to be the one that is drafting communication messages about what would be possibly tragic or at least very upsetting messages about what could happen if we did not start any other way but remote.
Okay, thank you. Rita?
Thank you, and thank you for asking us all to express our opinions about this too. We appreciate that. I personally am just going to speak from the heart, as we all have. I have been asking myself since March 13th, how will we safely bring students back to school? How will we know when it's safe to do so? And I do not have the answer to that question yet. We've all been asking many questions about teaching and learning in the district, and that is my area of experience and expertise, and I feel like I do have some answers to those questions. While I can't imagine a way that we would bring students back to school and ensure that they wouldn't get sick, the teachers wouldn't get sick, staff members wouldn't get sick, their family members wouldn't get sick, I do have answers to questions about how could we teach them in an e-school environment according to the standards of District 128. And I have those answers because I've been hearing them from educators across the district ever since we started planning for the possibility of return, and ever since we started talking about what went wrong with e-school in the spring, or with e-learning in the spring, and how we could improve that with an e-school model to use in the coming school year. And I've been convinced that the only way to start this school year is to begin in that e-school model. And I'm also convinced that if we do, the excellence of our district will shine through, and that we will lead in developing experiences for students that, to the best degree possible, replicate the excellence of in-person learning in our district. Because we have the teachers and the resources to make that happen. If we can't do that well, and we can't ensure that to our students in the midst of a pandemic, I can't imagine who can. So I don't want to be responsible for death. I do want to be part of a system that creates really meaningful e-school experiences for students.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Prentice.
Thank you, Pat, again for the opportunity and for asking us. And I just want to start and make one comment really for the communities. The district leadership team that we have in this district is among the best in the country. And I think you see that, the board sees that more often than the general public does. This group, from the time the phase 4 part 3 guidance came out, early June, has worked tirelessly on all of the options, including normal with adaptations and a hybrid or blended model, to attempt to make it work, to bring our students back, to school, because we love our students and the teachers love our students. And I think that's one of the reasons our parents love the schools, is because of the connection that teachers and the staff have with our kids. So what I would want the community to know is that we have spent thousands of hours looking at the possibility of attempting to safely bring our students back to the building, because we know what that means. Many of us, or most of us, are parents. Our own kids are either in the school system or they've recently been through the school system. And this is a situation that I can put my feet in someone else's shoes, because my girls graduated from Libertyville in 16 and 18. And I'm not far off that mark. I can really feel all of the arguments on all points, as all of you can, moving forward. And the struggle that we've had is, and I believe other districts are having, is as you continue to dig into this, as you continue to look at options of how we can do this and do it safely, it's a dead end. And, you know, in 40 years in the business, in the last quarter century, in upper level leadership positions, 3 principalships, and then 15 years here in this wonderful district, my number one priority has always been the health and safety of our students and staff, because if we don't do that, it doesn't matter what else we do. And as we continue to run down this path, trying to find a conduit to make this work where we can feel like our kids are safe and our staff is safe, and we can look at our community and said, we've done everything we can do to make sure that your kids are healthy and safe. And of course, our staff. We keep running into dead ends. And I think that's what you're hearing from the team tonight. And ultimately in the balance, we all want to bring the kids back, of course. I had this conversation with maybe Don earlier, sometime recently. You know, teachers and educators are mission driven. They are mission driven. And to accomplish that mission, they want to be working with kids. I mean, that's what it's all about for us. But we have to be confident that we can bring our kids and our staff into the building and we can create an environment for that. If you decide tonight to choose normal with adaptations, or to choose hybrid or blended model, you have our commitment that we will do everything that we can possibly do to make that work. If we go to e-remote, we are well aware of you know, the displeasure of virtually everyone, starting with our teachers and administrators and moving to our parents and students with the model the state gave us last spring and the handicaps or the handcuffs they put on this. But what I will tell you tonight is if you decide to go to e-remote, by the end of this year, we will be a national leader in doing e-remote learning in this country. And you have me on tape and you have my word on that, because that's what we do here. And we have the people to do it. We have the support of the communities, and we have the support of the board, and you've provided us resources to be able to do that. So to sum up, I think at this point, because we cannot guarantee the health and safety of our students and our staff at this point, my recommendation would be remote learning.
Okay. All right. Are there any additional questions from the board members of the administration, or can we proceed to move forward to a vote?
Yeah, I do. I just have one question, and any of the administration can answer this one. And that is, what if we do move to a remote learning environment? What do the metrics have to be to get us out of that? Because frankly, they may never be any better than they are now. And so we can act like, oh, we're going to pivot here and pivot there to other scenarios. But at the end of the day, what are those metrics? Do we have those in place? And what is the plan? Because it's awful hard for me to vote on something,
sure,
knowing that we don't have a plan for the, and again, frankly, we could probably, well, I won't say that we don't have a plan. That's a struggle for me right now. So what are those metrics, guys? Because the numbers are the numbers. President Grudy has given this board the numbers. And I think everybody on the board can acknowledge the numbers aren't going to probably get any better in the foreseeable future. So Prentice, you got anything for us?
Well, I think there's two things, Kevin. First, you've heard us talking about strategically looking at how we can ease into that by looking at how we can begin to bring smaller groups of students into our buildings. And I think that would be a starting point. In terms of the metrics, I think even at the last meeting, I think I mentioned and talked about the fact that, you know, we would like to have some periodic places that we stop and we take a look. And I think the honest answer to your question is we would like to work with you, Kevin, and the board, not just Kevin, but work with you and the board to talk about what those things are and what those metrics would be as we look to pivoting. Because Kevin, you're right. We don't know where the rest of the year is going to take us. We don't know what the winter is going to be like when the virus is supposed to be worse. When the weather turns cold, we absolutely don't know. But I think we have to force ourselves, and I'm using that word loosely, but we have to schedule ourselves, if you will, to have some strategic conversations about where we are at. And if we can bring some students successfully into building smaller groups, how does that possibly allow us a pivot to bringing more students back into the building, in a more meaningful way? And I think it's a great question. And it's a question I think that we all agree that, we want to have those periodic conversations at intervals that would make sense to all of us collectively, and then have those discussions about what that would look like. And I think it's important we have those discussions publicly, and our public can do just what they're doing tonight. They can be part of those conversations. They can give us feedback moving forward. So the rest of the administrative team, I'll just make a comment. We work very much as a team, but we don't do groupthink on our team. We don't do that well by design. So we poke at each other, we poke holes at things. And so the administrators here tonight they're here to talk freely, not to echo what I say. So I would also ask them the question, Kevin, and see if anybody else would like to respond to that.
I mean, I have some thoughts, but I think I'll hold them to the end. I'm going to see where we end up here first.
I would say from my end, Kevin, to answer your question, we don't know, but I don't know that I've not heard that anybody else really knows either. And I think we've been spending a lot of our time fleshing out these 3 plans to see where do we start. And now if we start with this plan and to think how can we flesh that out more in terms of getting our kids back, I think that's our next step. That's my sense.
I guess, Kevin, I would say this in kind of full honesty. I look at the fluidity of this situation and how it has changed over the last few months, and how guidance and procedures that have been kind of handed down to us have changed. And in my comments, I focused on the difficulty of running a school of 800 to 1,000 to 2,000 kids with some of the procedures and guidelines that we're forced to meet. And so one of the thresholds for me is how do those things change over time? And maybe that means that there needs to be a dip in the number of cases, and so some of those things loosen up and we're able to run school in a way that is healthy and safe, but still allows us to do it. And that you could say that's a pretty pie in the sky way to look at it. I'm not sure where it's going, but we don't know. It's been fluid and there's been changes. And I would need to see some changes in terms of how the government wants us to run a school.
Okay. Anyone else? Last comments? All right. So here's what I would propose. I would actually like to ask if there is a motion to approve moving forward with a, what was it called? Normal opening with adaptations.
Yes.
No, that's not the motion. That's just, yes, I said it right, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Just to clarify.
Yeah,
Is there a motion?
That was me, Pat.
I know.
I can't, you guys are in your own world now, so.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion to proceed with normal opening with adaptations?
Yeah, I'm going to make that motion under the understanding that it will provide an option as we previously discussed.
Correct. Yes. All right. Is there a second to that motion? that no? Okay. Hearing no second, there's no need to vote on that. Is there anybody that wants to add any commentary on that from the board? We've heard a lot of commentary from the administration. Is there anybody wants to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'll have my spiel right now. So, you know, when debating the subject, there are no easy answers, and we all know that. Every time you think you have the data to help lead to more reasonable conclusion, there's data that contradicts it. The one thing we all agree on is that we just don't know. There's no right answer to the question of how the kids will return to school. So then we have to ask ourselves, what do we lose by going to this remote environment or a hybrid environment compared to the full attendance model? There may be some educational loss in those environments, as some would argue. How much, though, I'm not sure, because as it was pointed out, the in-person environment with masks, socially distant from friends, worried about washing hands where you walk, is not an optimal learning environment for anyone. So learning remotely may be better. I don't know. What I do know is the social, emotional, mental toll being away from their teachers and friends, that's real. To ignore that, I can't do that. What I do know is the value of a teacher being with a troubled student and counseling them, consoling them, that can't be replicated via a screen. It just can't. So while I don't know a lot, I do know that. And I know those are not in the remote model. So when I was looking to come to a decision and make the motion that I did, I had to look at the three groups that I represented. And that was the kids, the staff, and the techs, or in the community. And we know the kids want to be back in school if they're kids. They want to be with their friends and put this chapter behind us. We all do. Clearly the message, as Pat alluded to earlier, the community sent a message, although it started to waver near the end, the message was pretty forthright, that they want the kids back in school 5 days a week. Finally, the staff, rightly so, is concerned with the health of the kids. Notice I said kids, first and foremost. I know they're concerned with the kids. They are concerned with the health of themselves and their families. Even one kid, one staff member, one family member getting sick has caused me many sleepless nights. I think you all know that. Pat and Prentice see me on a daily basis, and I don't look good. I acknowledge this will certainly happen if the kids go back, as Tom alluded to, and it's devastating. People will get sick. Many will probably view my position against teachers and against staff, and that's so far from the truth. In fact, teachers were my role models growing up. The Libertyville teachers, I went here. Teachers were with me when I was emotionally devastated on more than one occasion. Teachers made all the difference to me in the world. So I need to make sure they do everything to the kids in person. So with two of the three stakeholders groups overwhelmingly telling me what their wishes are, I have to weigh that heavily against the safety concerns raised tonight, and that have always been raised. But there has to be a level of physical risk we're willing to accept if we're going to get the kids back into school and lessen the social, emotional, and mental risk. Ironically enough, I just reached out to two classmates from mine in 86s. I don't know the answer to this, and they're doctors, highly respected doctors. And I asked them what they would do. They're far smarter than me. Both of them said they would send their kids to school. We had doctors communicate with us in the community forum. I think the first time tonight I heard a doctor who said she would not send her kids. I think almost every other doctor said they would send their kids to school.
Kevin, there was one piece of feedback from an anesthesiologist I know in the deck that we received over the last week or so, who strongly held the position that I think it was a woman, if I'm not mistaken, but absolutely would want to go remote. So, yeah, I think in spite of what a lot of people have said, the medical community is still very much split on this issue.
Well, please let me finish the statement, and then I'll be quiet. So
yeah, no, it's fine.
In fact, every study that I did review trying to make this decision highlighted there's risk, but it's a low risk, and Tom even pointed that out. So I think we all have to accept that. Keeping kids home will certainly lower the risk from COVID, but it won't eliminate COVID. We know that. Kids need and will find the social interactions. They just will. The Lake Zurich kids found it. Our Libertyville soccer kids found it. Playing in a out-of-state soccer tournament. Kids will go to the stores with their families. Kids are going to meet in study groups. Kids will participate in extracurricular activities. Kids will still live. But are we getting rid of their hope for living? Simply stated, there's risk to everything. I can't vote to keep the kids away from the schools. I fear this is going to have a greater long-term effect than COVID. So the remote option is the easiest solution. It may be the best solution. I mean, again, I don't know. It's a logical solution from as John pointed out, from an administrating a school point of view, but it's not the solution I believe in. So the virus is going to be here for the foreseeable future. It's horrible. It's deadly. I know that. But I just can't run in fear from the virus. So, why can't we open the schools? I don't know. We worked for 4 months, guys, 4 months to be good in the state of Illinois. The village of Libertyville, the county of Lake, the state of Illinois. We did it. And now we're not going to open the schools. I just find it hard to believe. So that's why I made the motion. Thank you for letting me get on my soapbox. I apologize for taking too much time, Pat.
No, Kevin, your comments are fine.
No, so thank you all for indulging me.
Okay, no problem. Any other comments then on the all-in option? All right. Is there a motion to proceed with the hybrid option as presented? I'll ask again just to make sure. Is there a motion to proceed with the hybrid option as presented? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask, is there a motion to proceed with the full remote option as presented?
I'll make that motion, Pat.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All right, let's have some discussion.
Since I started with the motion, let me just make a couple comments. First off, I want kids to be back in school, staff to be back in school. I want things to go back to normal as much as anyone. But it's just not the time to do that. I can't foresee anything being normal for quite some time. Secondly, any option we choose, I'm absolutely confident that, as Dr. Lee had mentioned, we're going to be world class. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to really put the effort in to make whatever option we choose work and work well. That being said, as a board member, as a district, I see us having three primary responsibilities. One is the fiscal responsibility to taxpayers. Every board member is a taxpayer in the district. We get it. And I don't think anything that we're talking about here will risk our financial stability of the district. And actually, in many ways, the financial stability that we've built has put us in a position to be able to do what we need to do in a crisis like this. The second thing that we have to do is educate our kids in the best way we can. And again, I said, whatever option we chose, the staff, the teachers, the administrators are going to step up and make that the best they can possibly make it. And I have full confidence that they'll be able to do that. But lastly, our responsibility, and you've heard this from many people, is to provide for the safety and well-being of our students, our staff, our community. I just can't support any option that would bring any large numbers of students into our buildings and put anyone at risk. And in no way could I accept the responsibility that an action that I took would lead to some student, staff member, family member getting sick or worse. So hence my interest in voting towards this, making the motion and moving on with the vote for the remote learning.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Who else would like to comment?
I want to thank Kevin
Okay.
for.
Go ahead.
Casey?
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I just want to thank Kevin for your passionate remarks. I think all of us want to see the kids in the school. I mean, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I think we've all lost a little bit of sleep in the last couple weeks over this decision. Really, it's heartbreaking. But I'm starting to feel like this isn't a binary choice. We can focus on health and safety while delivering the excellent education that our parents and our community has come to expect from District 128. I have complete faith in the talents and the drive of our teachers and our administrators to deliver a rigorous and accountable education through e-learning that will mirror what they would get physically in school as much as we can right now. I also have confidence in the students that they can thrive in this unique environment. I hope and I pray that the metrics change soon and that we can get these kids back in school. But right now I have to cast my vote for e-school.
Okay, thanks, Casey. Karen, were you next? Do you want to go?
Yeah, I just want to, again, thank everyone for all the work and input that they've put into this. And I'm really, particularly after tonight, I'm really convinced that the e-learning provides the best education for the students. And of course, it provides clearly the most health and safety for our staff and students. And with that, I think the less disruption, as we know that there will be these periods of people that will become come down with COVID and will have to be quarantined, and just the logistics and the disruption. I guess it's the disruption that it provides to I think to the students' education, to the teachers' teaching. It feels very chaotic to me, and I'm certain that it would come under those scenarios, either the full person or the hybrid. E-learning, I think, gives us a chance to establish a baseline of classwork, teacher-student relationships. Everyone can be faced. I mean, granted, Zoom's not perfect, or Google Classroom isn't perfect in terms of being together, but you do see each other's faces, you see each other's expressions, you get to know what your classmates look like. And you're together in a class together. When you go to break out into smaller groups, you're there under the direction of the teacher. I just feel like it provides way more continuity to the beginning of school than the other models would. And I think that it actually enables us to move into those other models with more efficiency and more success than it might have had we started with hybrid or the full in-person. I also think it provides the most choice for all the students. If I'm understanding it correctly, if we were to go to one of the other systems, the students that did opt to stay home would have far fewer choices in what their classes would be, and that doesn't seem quite equitable. But necessary, I understand why. So there's lots of reasons why I just am convinced that this e-learning model is the best one to begin with this year. And I do join with everyone in hoping that we can quickly move, or maybe not quickly, but my hope is that we can move to other things. I'm also very hopeful hearing about the effort to bring in extracurricular and athletics as much as possible, to give some student involvement with one another in person. I know that's not perfect, but it does provide a little bit more of the school spirit, the school involvement. So.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Lisa or Don?
Go ahead, Lisa, if you want. Or I can go.
Lisa, do you want to go?
Sorry, no, Don, you go first. I think I'd like to hear your thoughts.
That's good, because if somebody follows me, then maybe they'll forget what I said. It's a good thing. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to all of the people who wrote. I didn't get an opportunity to say it before, or I didn't take the opportunity before. But out of all those letters, they were all respectful and they were all concerned. Many said thank you for your role on the board, and then also said, I realize you have a very difficult decision to make. And then they laid out their position. I think that it is incumbent upon us to attend to the social emotional well-being of our students during a time of e-learning, because it appears that we are going that direction. And we have to find ways to be sure that we are attending to those students. Not everybody does well in e-learning. Some students do, some students don't, but we are going to have to create a safety net that helps us to find those kids and to give them a soft landing. So I would ask the district to spend a great deal of time looking at how we're going to do that, how we will identify kids that are struggling. And, you know, the first line of defense there is the teachers. The teachers will build those relationships with kids, and then they'll have that opportunity to interact with them in a way that helps those kids that are struggling. But then we can provide some other safety nets, which is not easy to do. You can't send a kid to the counselor when there's not a hallway to walk down. Also, a number of parents talked about the article by the American Academy of Pediatrics. I must have seen it dozens of times. And a blurb was sent out by the Parents Association, or Parent Cats. And what it said was that AAP strongly advocates that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with the goal of having students physically present in the school. And I want the community to know that that's where we started. We want kids in the building. And this is crushing in many ways. It's a relief in many ways, because now I feel like we're going to keep kids safe. But it's difficult to kind of let go of that interaction that we would have had. But what wasn't said that people wrote, they didn't include all of the statement that was made by the American Academy of Pediatrics. This paragraph: returning to school is important for the healthy development and the well-being of children, but we must pursue reopening in a way that is safe for all students, teachers, and staff. Science should drive the decision-making on safely reopening schools. Public health agencies must make recommendations based on evidence, not on politics. And that spoke loudly to me. Like that tells me that we need to make our decision based on what we know in our surroundings. We have in our surroundings kids that are getting sick, kids that are exposed to COVID in fairly sizable numbers in communities very nearby, including ours. And we just discovered that we have some at LHS now. So with Dr. Aziki from the State Public Health Department said that the positivity rate among 10 to 19-year-olds was the highest rate that they had ever been. And that's the thing that concerns me. We see COVID cases increasing, and now we're going to put 2,000 kids into 2 different buildings. And I couldn't do that in good conscience. And honestly, that loss of sleep thing, that doesn't usually affect a retired guy. But I lost a great deal of sleep. And the day that I made the decision to support remote learning was the day I started sleeping again. So thank you, board, for your careful deliberation, and thank you, administration, for exhaustively researching all of the possibilities.
Okay, Lisa.
I'm glad that I went last. I started to hear all of my colleagues, including Kevin, bring up everything that I would want to say. So I'm going to make my comments really brief. Don, you touched on looking for the evidence, and throughout listening to all of the community, the students, the administrators, the teachers, and Tom and John, our building leaders, I strove to make evidence-based decisions. And we have no evidence that we can bring 1,000 people under one roof and not only keep our kids and our teachers safe, but keep everybody they go home to safe. And this is a decision that goes way beyond the educational realm. And it is heartbreaking to not be able to bring the kids and teachers back into our buildings. It is what everybody wants. But I can't see my way clear to ignoring the very real risks. And I do think that the best model for delivering the education that our community has come to expect with the least risk is starting in e-learning.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to add just a few comments. Don, I think I'm the second most retired person for the record. Let me say that I honestly believe if this decision was really all about safety, frankly speaking, it would have been a pretty easy decision. And it has been anything but easy. There is no question that the remote model is the safest of all the options we considered. But knowing the challenges that we faced in making this decision, there were clearly many other factors that went into it. Honestly, when we went to phase 4 in Illinois, I was pretty confident we were going back to school, whether it was full back, which is where I think my head started, or a hybrid. I was highly confident we would be back in school in August. But as I read more about it, not just here locally, where I did familiarize myself with the statistics, and I'll be the first to acknowledge this is not Florida, this is not Arizona, this is not Utah or California. But we also do not want to become Florida or Utah or California or Arizona. And I think Illinois has done a great job. But there were 1,600 new cases today, which is very concerning. I just felt that it may be premature to make a decision to go back. But even having done that, what I needed to get comfortable with was that we had a good plan from an academic perspective to take care of our students. And the more I thought about it, I couldn't get comfortable with the all back option at all. We just simply couldn't meet the IDPH requirements. So for me, that one was relatively straightforward. But when I looked at the hybrid and the ability to opt out, which I think would have been necessary in a hybrid model, I couldn't get comfortable that that wasn't diluting our efforts along two different parallel paths of delivering our education curriculum that would only cause us to do at best a mediocre job on both paths. So in the end, for me, when I looked at it, I really felt strongly that our focus on the remote learning model and delivering that in a best in class or best as possible way gave us the best hope of delivering for our kids the best possible academic program, at least in the near term. And Kevin, to your point, I don't know exactly what those metrics will be. I agree we need to define something. But I know I've seen work in some countries where they've had as few as 50 infections per day in certain countries and ended up with major spikes in their positivity rate. So it's not as easy as coming up with a number of cases. There's a lot of factors that we need to consider. And I think we'll get a lot more data. There are some districts that are making different decisions than we are, both elementary districts, which are very different in terms of how they can control the spread of the infection, as well as high school districts. And we will clearly get valuable information that which I think will inform us in terms of our future decisions. I also think that by perfecting our remote learning, it will enhance our ability to pivot when that time comes, because frankly, at least one of those two parallel paths we will have nailed down, and then we can focus on our transition to the other element of the pivot. And last but not least, I think the final thing that made me confident that we can do this is when I saw the passion in the teachers we've been talking to on the negotiations team, and I saw their commitment to find a way to deliver, I was convinced we can figure it out. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. That doesn't mean we won't make mistakes, but I'm confident we'll figure it out. And so I know some people will think this is corny, but I actually think that this is our Apollo 13 moment. We've been dealt a situation that we did not plan for and we didn't ask for. But I'm confident we are surrounded by the best in the business. They're smart. They know what they're doing. They care about the kids. They understand what the mission is, and they know we cannot fail. So with that said, I am very comfortable, even though I recognize wholly that it is not a popular decision. I believe it's the best decision we can make for our students and staff. All right. Any other comments? All right. If not, roll call vote, please.
Batson.
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
Grudy.
Aye.
Hessel.
Aye.
Huber.
No.
Lundstedt.
Aye.
Rooney.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right, so I just want to end this by saying thank you, first of all, to the public and all of their dedication and willingness to provide us with their input. Although ultimately our final decision here has not been consistent with what the majority of the people in our community had communicated to us, I do hope they recognize that there was a lot of feedback that we received that was very important to us as we continue to refine our various options, especially as it is in regards to our synchronous learning and how that will be done in our program. So I would just want to thank everybody for their time and commitment in doing that for us. I want to thank the administration and everybody involved in this. Don and I might be two of the retired people, but I'm looking at a whole lot of tired people. You guys have worked tirelessly throughout the summer to at least take us to this point. And it kind of reminds me when I used to work, there'd always be a big celebration at the end of a product launch. And I used to look around the table and go, my work is just beginning. And that's kind of where we're at here. This is simply a milestone along the way. Frankly, the heavy lifting and hard work is in front of us. So we need to rest up and get working on it. I want to thank the teachers. Again, I mentioned that I'm inspired by where they're at. I know they're anxious, but I know they're inspired and they're gonna deliver for us. And I just can't say enough about our teaching staff and what they did and what they're gonna do, because they are the ones that are really gonna make this happen. And last but not least, I want to thank all of you guys on the board. We have had a lot of discussions on this. As I said the other day, I think this is my 16th year. I have not faced anything nearly as challenging as what we have faced here. And I honestly couldn't have faced it with a better team. You've been open, you've been honest, you've challenged each other, you've listened to each other very effectively. And, you know, I just want to commend all of you and say thanks for all of your hard work. Okay. Prentice, any closing comments? You're on mute.
I think you did a nice summary, Pat. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? It's late. If you got any other comments, feel free, but keep them brief. No. Okay. All right. Well, thanks again and good night, everybody.
Oh, don't we have to?
Adjourn the meeting, motion.
Oh,
and a
yeah, yeah.
I
second.
make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor? Roll call vote. Actually, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
roll call. Carmichael,
Aye.
Grudy,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Huber,
Aye.
Lundstedt,
Aye.
Rooney,
Aye.
Batson.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks again, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
There were 900 people here all the way to the end.
Yeah, it was amazing.